market center.
This is why we play. A community.
Nothing can hold you back.
So, why do you play?
I run this town, ain't backing down, we going in rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
This is why we play.
Gaming is something more.
It's a community, made vibrant and real by AI.
Technology helps us to be part of something bigger.
Games play as if they were real life.
Are you with me now? Said, are you with me now? Ain't felt this good in a while. They want us to simmer down. Can you hear me now? Am I going in and out? I stop and just look around to see if you're with me now.
This is why we play. A community.
Thousands of communities.
Tell me, are you with me now? Ready to put it down. Start at the bottom, already forgot it, but they won't forgive me now. You really ain't ready now. You haters just in the crowd.
Nothing can hold you back. So,
why do you play?
crown. I run this town, ain't backing down. We going in rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
Four qualified teams, 8 invited teams. Out of this 12, it's just going to be 4 top teams who are going to make it to the further stages. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Lenovo and Intel presents the Esports Club Challenger Series 2023 VCT Off season official event, in which we have our gaming monitor partner as ViewSonic Gaming. But bringing you back to this casters, this is me, Darshita, and alongside me, it's going to be Aggressive, who is going to take you throughout the day today. Aggressive, long day today, so many maps lined up. What do you have to say? How are you feeling?
6 BO1s. Good God,
Yeah.
is it gonna be a long one? And today's schedule is pretty jam-packed with matches that could go the distance, possibly overtimes, possibly overtime 3s, 4s, 5s. Anything is possible here, but the first initial game is where a lot of the contingency is gonna lie, and a lot of audience at home are really awaiting this particular game, because Orangutan going up against Team Sarafa. Now that is going to be something that really hits the ballpark for a lot of people, because yesterday we did see the members of Sarafa just not really performing as much in another tournament, but I think that this time around it'll be a slight bit of a different story. They had a little bit of time to just gel together. They probably went back to the drawing board, talked to each other, and it's a brand new day, of course, and they probably woke up on the right side of the bed, because from what we saw, Sarafa was just having a lot of trouble winning out on gunfights, and they feel disjointed. But hopefully today that's not going to be the same feeling, because in this round robin format, losing that first game not really as detrimental. But then again, do you really want to lose at the very beginning stages of a tournament? No, right? You need to put it your all, get your mark on the board already right at the very beginning. But up against Orangutan, it could be difficult. But then again, OG, after so many of these recent changes, haven't really been looking the same as they used to.
Every single day, every single morning is just the start to a new beginning, right? So these teams, they did have enough amount of time to go back, re-strategize, and work on what is going wrong. I am expecting a close matchup today, to be very honest. Having both of these teams, Team Sarafa, Team OG, both of them have been facing issues. Both of them have been having some changes in the terms of lineups as well. So it's going to be an interesting match to witness. Also, it depends upon what map we are going to see for the day, because it's gotta be an interesting day overall. But you know what, it takes me back to where it all started. I mean, the conversation on how did we get here. So online qualifiers is where we started, ladies and gentlemen, and top 4 teams made it out of the online qualifiers. Right now in group stages, we have 8 invited teams plus the 4 qualified teams, and out of all this, after all these I would say roller coaster ride, only top 4 teams are going to qualify to the playoffs.
Yeah, like, think about it. The online qualifiers had, what, close to 128 to 200 teams coming into it. Then you came to the group stages, where it's 8 invited teams with 4, that means 12. And right at the very end, when the prize money is considered, we're going to be jumping into that screen later, we only have 4 teams. Imagine, close to 200 plus teams came to play this tournament, and then we have to go to the top 4. It's a long journey for the players as well as us, as we've seen storylines and of course dreams being shattered along the way. But those who are able to dig deep enough to bring out their inner competition will be the ones to take it away. 7 lakh INR prize pool for the first place. The team who has the medal to go the distance, they're going to be the ones to take this lion's share of the prize pool. Second place being 5 lakhs. third being 2, and of course fourth being 1. Anyone who gets themselves into that top 4 will be walking away with a portion of this prize money. So everyone is hungry for this opportunity, but
Yep.
who is hungry enough to pounce on the others and be able to beat them down to get to this portion, though? That's going to be the big ask and the big question for a lot of people, especially when you look at today's matchups. And the first initial one will be Sarafa. How much have they improved, and do they have the drive to take Orangutan down?
There are a lot of questions again and again because both of these teams, they are doing great job when it comes to them having their hands on these maps and everything, but right now what's on stake is so much. I mean, every single team who is going to qualify to the playoffs itself is going to get rewarded. So right now the aim is going to be in the top 4 itself, but let us quickly have the look on the standings as well. I mean, in the group stages, what all has happened, how it all went down to the top 4 team who have qualified. And look at that, we have 12 teams divided into 2 groups. Group A, Group B, we have Sarafa, OG, Aster Army, Reckoning, GGEZ, MLT. On the other side, we have MIBH, True Rippers, Medal, Grayfox, Hyderabad Hydras, and Mystic. Both of these groups, I feel MIBH, True Rippers, Medal, Sarafa, OG, and Aster Army, they have an advantage. But the others who've lost, they need to get the next map, or they need to get the next victory for themselves.
Yeah, it's been a very rough start for a lot of these teams, but I do believe that Reckoning, they're one of those squads that can really bring themselves back in towards the game quickly. And with Team Sarafa getting their first initial mark yesterday, so they started off on the right foot, but going up against Orangutan, that will still be quite difficult. Don't forget how much practice the members of Orangutan do, but after the recent changes that they made and RVK no longer being on the roster, they haven't really been looking the same.
Yeah.
AZ is a player that has originally played a lot of flex for the team by just jumping around from agent to agent, is now playing that duelist. He's slowly but surely settling in, but you have to give it some time. But overall, I do believe that when we look at the third game of the day, which will be Aster Army going up against the members of MLT Esports, that could be quite interesting overall. I'm really looking forward to see what these youngsters at MLT can do to bring in
Yep.
a lot more of the action. They've been grinding, they've been working hard, and I know those players personally, so their drive is there, but is it enough for them to win out this entire tournament? That's going to be a big question.
Yep, a lot of questions, but what are we going to witness today? One of the questions that I do have, well, 3 matches right now that we are talking about to start things off. It's going to be OG going up against the sides of Team Sarafa that we've discussed a lot about. On the other side, it's MIBH going up against the sides of True Rippers, and then to end it all, it's going to be Aster Army up against the sides of MLT Esports. All these 6 teams, I feel there's a lot on stake today. I mean, yep, we have talked about the round robin format a lot of times, but again, every single time you get a victory, you are one step closer to qualify. You need to remember that you have to place yourself in top 4 if you want to go in towards the playoffs. And if not, even if you are lagging one map behind, if you've lost one single map, it can be so vulnerable, and it can take away all the chances of you being in the top 4. And all of these names, they are big names. We have so many experienced players in all of these lineups, so it's going to be a tough competition, but at the same time there's a lot to learn, and the ones who make it to the playoffs, they are going to unlock victories, they're going to unlock the prize pool, and alongside that, the title. Lenovo and Intel presents the Esports Club Challenger Series 2023 VCT Off season. This is a huge title.
Truly, you need to get a game tournament like this under your belt if you are wanting to go forward in life in this particular game, because come on, here at TEC, we always bring you the best kind of action, the best kind of tournaments overall. So make sure to hit the like, hit the subscribe, and also follow us when it comes down to our socials. But for now, I'm just gonna give a little bit of an insight to what I'm expecting this match to go forward to. I'm thinking that Orangutan should be the ones to win. When you look at the analysis and, of course, the numbers that we have seen in their past for VLR, and then we look at Split. Split is a very good map for the members of Orangutan. They love this map, but that was with RBK in the past. Now, though, they haven't really been looking as strong on their other matchups, so Split could be a little bit iffy. and maybe the members of Sarafa are going to be able to use that moment of confusion and use their own team play and synergy to go up against them. But from Sarafa's side, they also haven't been looking good as a team overall, and sometimes as individuals, they tend to make a lot of minute mistakes that cost them rounds almost instantly. Because don't forget, at the highest level of play, it's very rare that a player is going to make a massive mistake and a glaring one that's gonna instantly cause them to lose out on an entire round just because of their one individual mistake. But when it comes down to the highest stages, it's the smallest details. Maybe the recon bolt came in like half a second late, smoke didn't go up on time. Those kind of things is something that a lot of players won't really notice, and even the players playing inside of the servers won't notice. But it's because of stuff like that that they can lose. And Orangutan, they're hoping that Sarafa make those kind of mistakes so that they can fill in those gaps and get their mojo rolling a lot more quicker.
It's always about the small mistakes, right? It's never like that the big mistakes that you make or you commit will risk you something. Yes, it will, but when it comes down to small mistakes, those are the ones you need to first rectify, because that's gonna hurt you a lot. As you said, the recon not being on time might just not give you information. The smoke not being placed on time might just give an advantage to the opponents out there. So every single thing need to be timed. Also, the agent composition. Now, when it comes down to split, I feel the agent composition is something, which might just be interesting. Sage, I mean, in terms of Sentinels, do you think we are gonna see the investment of Sage?
Sage is kinda iffy, I would say overall. I'm expecting the members of Sarafa to go in for that Sage if they really want to here. Amaterasu in the past has played Sage on this map, but
Yep.
I don't really think it's gonna bring a lot of value, especially with the recent changes to the meta. When you have someone like Cypher, why would you pick the Sage? But then again, Cypher
Sage.
has difficulties unless you're very proficient at the character. We know that Deadly, he loves to play that Cypher in a lot of different occasions, but if he plays Cypher, then who's going to be playing the duelist? Now that's the biggest
Yeah.
question. Tricky, he loves to play Sentinels, but normally I've seen him shift a lot more towards that chamber because of the way it is. Let's go towards the mapping the screen and see exactly how we ended up on split overall. And Darshana, can you walk us right through this?
Oh, definitely. I would love to. It all started with Breeze getting a ban, then it was Lotus, Sunset, Haven, Ascent, and Bind. I mean, the very first thought that came into my mind when I saw the map veto itself, it was Breeze and the very first ban. Instant ban came up as Breeze. There was no, chance like Sunset was the first ban. No, it was Breeze whatsoever. And after that, I was kind of very heartbroken to see Bind, Ascent, Haven. I mean, all of these maps that have been played for such a long time, they've been played on regular basis getting a ban, but then I was like, okay, we are finally going to witness something different, and that's going to be the map of split. So it is interesting, but again, as said, it completely depends upon the agent composition that we keep talking about, on what these players really want to invest onto, because it's like it's a best of one, right? It's a best of one. There's no other chance, no best of three, no second map whatsoever. You either win it or you either lose it. That's about it.
Yep. For now, though, let's just take things a little bit slower here. And
Yeah.
overall, I would think that Split is not really the worst of maps for both of these teams. So it's an even playing field. The veto process was, I would say, very optimal coming in from both sides. Sarafa, it did a pretty good job of banning out Breeze on the outright. Their team hasn't been looking that great on Breeze, and with the recent changes to Breeze as well, unless you scrim this map a lot, I don't think anyone's going to be able to understand this. That's how much Breeze has changed, and a lot of teams are struggling on this particular map. The teams that were the strongest on this map has now just completely been non-existent. Their roster can't really perform in this particular map anymore because the raw fundamentals of this matchup is now completely changed. Mid control a lot more of a variable for them unless you have proper mid control and you know how to do split executes. You're not going to be able to take any control over on the A side. There's so much more that you can do. And
Yep.
as we are looking towards split, yes, of course, the value of mid control is still present on this map, but fence control is pretty much going to be the do or die for both of these teams. we've seen with the recent changes to the meta and of course how teams have evolved on this particular map, that if you don't have proper mid control and of course vents control, you can't really play this map properly. This split plays exactly the same as the new Breeze now, and both of them just go hand in hand. If you know how to play split
Yeah.
pretty well, you will be able to play Breeze because both of them rely on heavy split executes, and both of them have singular choke points that will force you to take engagement. It's kind of funny how after so long, like I've
Yep.
been looking at Breeze and trying to analyze how to play this map properly. Now that I think
Mm-hmm.
about it, I'm pretty sure that Breeze and Split have a almost very similar playstyles to how you approach the map, and
Yep.
that could just be a good analysis for a lot of teams to consider now.
Definitely, that might be the case. I am expecting maybe a double sentinel. I mean, we've been seeing that happening for a long time now. You are on the defensive side. You need to have the side completely under control, and also the mid, hold. Now, when it comes down to having the mid control for yourself, you might just go in with a sage. Use your wall to completely block the mid section, then have the complete sides under your control. That might be the call, or you have a cipher to have a control onto the sides. Investing onto a KJ might not be the case. I mean, yep, Cypher or KJ, any one of the agent that we are talking about, there's been a lot of discussion, to be very honest, when it goes around the investment onto KJ, investment onto Cypher. So what do you prefer, the KJ or the Cypher?
On the map with Split, I'm gonna be preferring the Cypher, of course, because the Cypher allows you to be a lot more versatile. There's a lot of one-way cages. Plus, on the attack side, the potential of a Cypher is just a lot more compared to a Killjoy. First of all, you have
Yeah.
those cages that you can utilize to completely block off the information anyone can gain from ARAMs, which is massive. Normally, people play Cypher because of what value he brings from his cages and the synergy that you can go through with your Omen, with the Jet. It's just very game changing overall, and that's it.
Definitely, that will be the case. I mean, coming down to the discussion as well, when you are up with a KJ for yourself, there's going to be a range that you need the agent to be in, so that the utils will actually come into the play. But when it goes down to Cipher, I feel it's more handy to be actually able to play along, and you can actually there's no issue with the range, right? You can be anywhere and you still can have the camera to get you a lot of information. That can be the location that you have. You can check all the sneaky corners, and everything will be completely under your control. So yep, investing onto Encipher is going to be an important topic. But again, I am just looking forward to have a Sage. I mean, yeah, because I am a Sage main itself, I do love to play Sage around. That's the reason I really want to witness some amazing Sage plays coming. But um again, alongside that, I do feel that's going to be the Jet, Sky, and maybe a Astra or an Omen coming up. What do you think?
I think a double controller could be present. We've seen the meta
Mhm.
develop in such a way that the double controller setups are still very potent on this particular map, but I think a lot of teams are going to stray away from it too. I don't know if Sarafa are going to be going for a double controller. I'm not expecting it. Double Sentinel, just as you said,
Double Sentinel,
is
yeah.
a very high probability, but on Orangutan, they have a good chance of going for something like that. Maybe a Sky with that Viper. Of course, we talked about the strengths of what a Sky really
Yep,
brings down to the table when you have a Viper on your side, because you can pop through smokes and
yep,
go for instantaneous pushes, and those flashes are just incredible to have on those close proximity fights. But then you look at a double initiator composition where you can pick a team with a breach and the Sky. Then you have a lot of entry potential, and the utility is just insane. If you know how to use it properly, you can set up your duelists to get free kills almost all around the map. I'm pretty sure the biggest debate, though, overall would be, do you want to pick that Jet or that Raze? Raze is a must
Raise,
have
yeah.
on this map for a lot of teams, but when you have a breach on your squad, there's a good chance that you could play that Jet, because Jet is the only one that can play off of that breach utility to
Yep,
perfection. That dash allows them to be a lot more aggressive, take away that space, and of course capitalize on all of the utility being invested by that breach. There's like a Amaterasu, they know how to make this breach work wonders, but I do believe that Sarafa on this particular map will be relying on right to ace because his signature Sova, not really the best on this map, but I've seen some teams use that Sova and work a lot of wonders here.
I really doubt there will be an investment onto Sova. I mean, yeah, as you said, there is gonna be a lot of advantage when you do have the Sova with yourself, and we've been seeing teams go in for that as well. But I really doubt that's gonna be the case. Might be the double initiator as well. It's like the 40-60 chances that we can talk about because it's gonna be a bit vulnerable. They need to have sentinels to actually stop the enemies from entering the site, having the mid control for themselves. It's going to be very, very important. But again, when it goes down to the other side, the attacking half, I still do not anticipate a double duelist comp coming up. I mean, that's going to be quite vulnerable for them to actually have the hold on onto the entire map itself. Yeah, it's difficult, right? It's next to impossible to have double duelist right away in split.
Yeah, it's just very difficult overall. But then again, if a team is very confident in their own playstyle, and of course, if they have the mechanics to back it up, then go for a double dealers composition. We have seen teams like Paper Rex just rock that double dealers, play out that Reyna, and something just casually taps people out of existence. There are opportunities for them to do so. There are overall more chances for the members of Sarafa to pull off something similar if Deadly and Tricky feel a little bit spicy with what they want to do. But I think with three very experienced players on their team, they're going to reel themselves back a little bit. But I'm really hoping overall that Sarafa just don't play way too stiff. Allow these young players to explore their options and play the game the way that they want. Because as a whole, I know you
Yep.
guys want to stick together. I know you guys are a team, but don't forget you came together as a roster all of a sudden, and now you're playing in one of the biggest tournaments in the entire region. So it's not gonna.
Yep. The fact that all of these players that we do have with ourselves right now, with the entirety of the team itself, they are good talents. Every one of them is a great talent individually. But now, when it comes down to a proper, gameplay, the team coordination is something which needs to be on point because you can't solely go and, get those skills for yourself or maybe go in for duels every single time. That cannot be the case, right? You need to work with the utils. You need to go in get the information, player information, stop the enemies from being a bit more aggressive, and that's not a sole play that you can make, right? You need your teammates, you need their utils as well. You need everything, every single thing to actually make things work. So individually there might be great talents all around, but when it goes down to the team play, the team coordination is what is going to decide on what happens in the first map itself. I mean, I do anticipate maybe an 7-5 half. The first half itself, I do anticipate it being a 7-5, looking at the experienced players in both of these teams. But again, if there is a problem with the team coordination itself, it might just be an 8-4 or a 9-3 either ways.
Yeah, there's a good chance, but for now, I'm gonna say sorry about all the delays, ladies and gentlemen. I know you guys had to stick with us for the longest amount of time, but for now, we're gonna be jumping on back in towards the selection screen. We saw it for just a smidget there, like just a tiny little bit of a second. I did see Tricky maybe pick up that
Yeah.
chamber once again. So
I did
yeah,
saw the
that's the
raise
thing.
as well, though.
Yeah, yeah. Both of these teams, they know what compositions they want to play. They just load it into the
Yeah.
game, and we're like, yes, time to pick those agents, and we're gonna jump straight up in towards the game. They heard your cries, ladies and gents. Don't really worry about it. Team Sarafa versus Team Orangutan is just gonna start in a matter of a minute. You have to hold on with us for a little while longer. But for now, though,
Yeah.
we're gonna be excited for this one. And Darshita, I want to know from you. Do you
Yeah.
think that the members of Sarafa can really pull this one off? Because I'm hedging my bets on Orangutan purely on analytics, but how about you?
I mean, I do feel there is an edge when it comes down to OG getting this one for themselves, but again, you never know, right? The surprise package, the team strategies, if they are on point, anything and everything can happen. We have seen comebacks happening from 9-3. I mean, that's the reason 9-3 is known overall. So, we've seen comebacks happening from 10-2 as well. Teams have played, they've re strategized, they've been taking those timeouts and getting back into the game. So, if that's the case, I do expect Sarafa to be back into the game. But once again, as said, right, OG does have the higher advantage, to be very honest, on getting this map. Also, both of these teams seem to be quite excited. I mean, all the planning and plotting was done before itself. As soon as we made it towards the match, there was like instantly the agents were locked in, and we did not get a chance to witness on what the composition was like. I did see a race though. We were having a discussion about having a jet on team, but I did see a race coming up. So double duelist, no, again a big no, but there's going to be interesting composition.
That is for certain. Looking at it overall though, from a top-down view, double duelist doesn't look that bad on paper, but then again, I'm just a little bit iffy on it. It's always one of those comps that you can't really quantify because there's not enough utility to justify the usage of a double duelist composition. I didn't really get to see Orangutan's composition whatsoever, so we're only gonna be seeing that once we jump in again. Again, sorry about all of the delays. We're trying to fix everything up all at once, and when it comes down to the first game, there will always be some form of technical issue that we have to go through. The players have to try and fix their setups up because this is a very important game for both these squads. Getting that second mark on this tournament is very important. Don't forget, it's a 1-1 score for both of them. Whoever takes this jumps up and now forces their opponents to live with the 1-1. Because at that point, you need to guarantee yourself at the bare minimum of 4 wins to stay in this tournament. And
yeah,
that is going to be very difficult, especially with 6 teams going up against each other. Was it 6, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4? Yes, 12.
Yeah,
so yeah, 6 teams on each group.
I mean, come on, 4 qualified teams from the initial stages, then we have 8 invited teams, and with the calculation of all, we have 12 teams divided into 2 groups going up against each other every single day. 1 single match where every single team is done for, and now it's the second set of matches that we are talking about. So it's going to be an important one, right? At the same time, it is going to give you a lot of confidence, it is going to give you a lot of momentum. I mean, being the only team in the top 12 teams to have the 2-0 score is going to be an interesting one, right? There are teams who have lost the very first map itself, and they are trying to gain it back for themselves. They're trying to make an equalizer, they're trying to make a show here, but they are not able to. So being in top 4 is going to be very, very important. If you are in top 4, you get qualified for the playoffs, you have the chance to unlock the prize pool. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, all your wait will be worth it, because we are going to head towards the match itself. Once again, extremely sorry for the delays that we had today, but I feel now it's going to be a complete flawless experience for you, for us, and I hope for the teams as well.
Plus, we also have the player cams as well being on screen, so we can see their reactions and see exactly what they have in mind for us as we're going to be jumping on down in towards the game. Interesting fights all around, as we do see that the members of Orangutan, they're opting for a little bit of an A execution, and they're able to walk through for free.
Yep, they definitely are for now. Slowly and steadily, they're not able to go in and make that great of a noise, but the first peak is going to be very, very important, and that's going to be right to Ace, right in front, straight on the face of it. Cali, he shuts him down, and OG have lost their number. To gain it back, that's going to be Aces, and who gets back 1, but gets traded again and again, coming from the sides of Deadly. It's just a trade game that we are talking about right now, but OG now, they've lost their numbers, and it all goes down to 2v4 situation.
Yeah, this is an instant hit coming in from the members of Sarafa. The trades were perfect, and they were able to catch out all of the players for pretty much free. As Raw Fuel, he's not going to be expecting that angle. And the members of Sarafa, they woke up on the right side of the bed for this one, as Orangutan not really having the best of starts for themselves. It's going to be a tough one. And now with OG only having Antidote, the man of the hour, the clutch master for their team, it's not gonna happen because Treki just forces his head up, and Moral Antidote doesn't even know what hit him there. Eyes had a little bit of a good shot there, but the trades were just instantaneous.
Yep, they definitely were. Rafiel tried to walk in outside the smoke itself, got punished, and then when it all went down to Antidote being the last surviving player, it was impossible for him to get 2 players left and right, you know. 1 right and straight, 1 on the right side itself. It was impossible for him to do that, but right now the first round is done for. It's going to be a good start coming up for the sides of Team Sarafa, very first round with just what? One player loss that they face. That's about it. OG on the other side. In the second round itself, all they need to do is retrieve some weaponry so that they can get this round for themselves, or else it's just going to be a 2-0. I mean, there are, rare chances that we do see a 1-all happening in the start itself, but for now, mid control is what the side of Sarafa is looking forward to. The guiding light will definitely gain them information, but look at the smoke placement out there. Ooh.
Nice shot! Good God! Rafiel, what is your reaction time, man?
That shot was just quite crispy out there, but Rafiel with one more finds one onto Marzel. It all goes down to Sarafa having one last player. Rafiel with a 3k, and that's a thrifty. I remember aggressive just a while ago. I said the chances of 1-all is so rare, and look where we are. It's gonna be a 1-all scoreline right in the start itself, and now the economy is gonna be a bit sad for the sides of Sarafa. I mean, one round for both of these teams, but it all started with that perfect headhunter shot coming up from the sides of OG, and then it was a sheriff shot as well to accompany it to a dual kill out there, and that's where here we are, 1-all. Economically, this round is going to be a bit difficult for Sarafa, but the information, yes, they do have the information in mid itself, but once again, Rafiel to start things off finds one onto Deadly. And now I feel it's going to be difficult, but Karma comes up, finds Rafiel and Excali as well. 2 frags with the Sheriff out there. Karma gets traded. 3v3 is what it's all about.
I'm so surprised that this is how it's gonna work in. Marzel kinda getting caught with his pants down there. Wasn't expecting the player to be that close and ready for him. Antidote's gonna get the shutdown. That's gonna be a massive hit. Over towards the back end of it. Frost. He's already walked up and he's getting ready for this. The angle is good, but he's not going to take the risk to walk back up. Tricky, low on HP, so for him, that's an even bigger of a tough spot. Walk out as Tricky. I think he has a guiding light ready soon. So he's going to pop out of the smoke at any second. Yeah, he does have it.
Yep.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, towards the mid, it's going to be right to Ace, caught off guard. It all goes down to one last remaining player. Tricky just converts one onto AZ, but that's all he could do before he gets taken down. And OG finds the second one for themselves. It all started with Sarafa having the first round, but with 2 consecutive rounds, OG, they have started off. I mean, in the start itself, we've seen, a thrifty round rolling in, and that's a great start itself. Team Sarafa, they need to be careful. It was a good start, but again, it all went down to OG having a great advantage. But for now, the execution more or less seems like to be a B hit coming up. There's going to be players stacked up towards B. There's 3 players now. This can be a bit difficult. The guiding light, the dodge comes up, but the information is relied on to, and look at where Karma is. This can be a bit difficult if he finds one. No, he does not. Karma misses out. Rafiel finds him, shuts him down. Antidote doubles it up, and now it all goes down to Sarafa with 2 remaining players. A lot of bodies piling up here and there. Tricky gets taken down. Trade comes up. Does not matter. 3 still remaining players onto OG. That's going to be Antidote, who finds one. Last player, Marzel, takes him down, and the third one on board for Orangutan. It all started well, but if Karma would have converted 1 kill out there, things would have been different.
Yeah, that was a little bit too spicy coming in from Rafiel. This man is on fire right now. The way he's been able to take these first initial couple of fights, it's been insane. The reaction time on this man and the preparation that he has to take those fights too are the ordinary. But another thing that I want to talk about is the Viper pickup. And the fact that the Viper is being played by Excali, which is so rare. I've never seen him play a Viper in any map in his entire career.
Well, we are ready for surprises every single day, but for now, a lot of mid control is what they're trying to have. The stun comes up. Rafiel and AZ once again, they do survive. Karma finds one, but I feel it's going to be very difficult for the other player out there, right to Ace. The Shouder Strap comes in, but that's the intel, the information relied on to look at how Karma is surviving. Pixel of HP is all that he has, but Marcel, right on face, finds Antidote. AZ with a 3k. But once again, the cleanup job is being done. Every single time, it's Marzil who is the last one to survive. Gets taken down. And that's going to be OG with one more. I mean, the full buy was denied. Sarafa started off things by getting the pistol round. They lost their anti-eco. The upcoming round was an economical damage. They lost their full buy as well. And that's where OG has been having back-to-back rounds for themselves. But now, it all goes down to both of these teams having a full buy and also 5 of the ultimates entirely on screen.
So many ults now online. The members of Orangutan, they know they can easily run their way in towards the side for pretty much free. And look at this. He's already deep inside. He's going to be taking this fight soon enough. Angle is good, but against Deadly, it's going to be Raw! But Raw Fuel comes in for the save. He got the trade. The showstopper was denied, but 2 bodies dropped because of it. Right to Ace now to try and maybe equalize things in some way, shape, or form. But I don't think he's going to get much of an opportunity. Frost. Very good angle for him, but I do believe that his shoulder can be seen here.
Oh, yeah. Pixels are visible. Tricky. Almost saved out there, and so is the case with Frost, but for now, this is planted, and it's all about the post-plant scenarios that we are talking about. Now, how will the side of Sarafa manage this post-plant as Tricky gets taken down? 2 remaining players from the shadows is available, but it's pointless investing onto it as they are just 2 players. But look towards your right, there's Excali who's coming from the CT. Not just converts one, but doubles it up. The hopes of player to actually go in for a save gets denied. Deadly did start things off with the operator shot and deny the showstopper, but you know, the 2 frags coming in trade was something that just created a lot of mess out here. I'm not really sure on what the plan was. Was it actually saving or maybe going in for some frags? But the way Excali just went in towards the CT and went all upside to find both of them ended things for the sides of Sarafa. And once again, the full buy round getting denied. OG, they are looking good.
Yeah, and the way that they're doing it too, it's so fast and decisive. They have a plan in mind and they already know which angles they're going to peek into. You can see in situations where the players are going in for double peaks, they're constantly prepared for these fights, and that is so important. The bare bone fundamentals of Valorant just plowing through each and every one of their members' eyes, taking a good chunk of damage here. Nose to back on off immediately. They cannot take a rush on towards this A side. There's way too many members here, and there's a lot of utility that could be an issue. Deadly on the opposite side needs a little bit of backup. Right to Ace is going to be coming out to help him. Flash in hand. They have the angle, but Deadly is not taking this fight with him. They're disjointed, the members of Sarafa. They need to be careful of what they're doing to try and take these duels.
Deadly. The first person to fall down from the sides of Sarafa. It's going to be Deadly once again. 3 ultimates online, but still, it's going to be very, very difficult. Sarafa, the economy is something that isn't a problem. Marzil finds one on Excali, and as soon as he does that, these neural theft does come online, but Marzil gets taken down right to Ace with a beautiful shot onto Frost. Raw Fuel with a 3k. One last remaining player, Team Sarafa. What can be done? The position, I feel it ain't anticipated yet, and Karma has been hitting crispy sheriff shots. So you expect him to find one, but no, as soon as he walks down, that's going to be Aziz, who is right present there to welcome him, takes him down. It is getting difficult for Sarafa. It's getting way too difficult for Sarafa every single time. OG, they are coming up, they are getting those frags. The 1v1 duel seems to be impossible. And Sarafa, they're losing onto every single thing. In the previous round itself, aggressive, the neural theft was invested onto, but they got nothing in return because OG had the better advantage of the weapons out there, and that's where Sarafa, they just fall down.
It's just not really gonna be enough. The members of Sarafa, though, now, they do have a lot more ultimates to play around it, so I do think this will be their saving grace for this instant, but how much are they going to rely on ultimates to try and bring them back rounds? This alone, even if you have ults, will be quite difficult because of how much control the members of Orangutan are demanding from you. This time around, the Orangutan, they're playing a lot more slower. They're not the ones to take initiative. They're taking their time to take those initial points of contact, take those duels. And that will be the deciding factor for this one. Walk out. As Antidote, he's ready for this fight. The flashes come through from both ends as they're going to be running in towards the side, but still it's quite risky, tricky. Good for a kill as Monteros is still towards the back. Needs to kill the player towards the underside of hell. They do have the angle, and Monteros with a one quick cancel raw fuel. He takes out two. There's so much value being brought in from Monteros here. The veteran for the squad just going in ham, and he's getting all the kills. Keeping the hopes and dreams alive for his squad.
30 seconds
2 to
left.
6 could be a possibility as now a 1v3 comes through and Ice. He has the world against him.
The last player, he points one, that's all he could do. Both of the players from two different angles comes up, and that's where Marzel will find him, shut him down. And finally, Sarafa gets the best of that round for themselves. Now, slowly and steadily, 2-6 is what the scoreline is. Economically, I don't think OG is going to face any problem. The fact that they got 6 rounds consecutively, they have a good economy to maintain for this round. And if they lose on to this one, I feel they are going to have a bye for the next one as well. But they need to be careful. You know, if they are losing rounds back to back, it's going to give Sarafa a lot of momentum. So they need to be pretty careful. For now, the Cypher setup is what we have towards the A site itself. And it's a split. I mean, they are trying to take the mid control for themselves over and over again. The guiding light comes through. And it's going to be a lot of information on both sides. Well, raw fuel. It was a good combination though. But did not work out as Raw Fuel had the opportunity to just go back to where he was before. Slowly and steadily, the information is being relied onto, and a heavy presence is being shown towards the mid, but an instant rotation being called off, and I feel it's got to be a B push coming up, but look at the B site and look at where Frost is. Look at his positioning, Karma. This can be so vulnerable. 2 players and he converts both of them, Frost. No way you do that.
As well. He's not gonna be able to find that one though. Ryan, regardless of Frost dying there, he got all of the value and he opened up the site for his team. There is so many different situations that could have gone wrong there. The main one was you let Frost through. Now Ice needs to win out on a duel of his own, but Deadly's so quick on the trigger. He's gonna be able to survive this one. Raw Fuel over towards the side, looking for a fight of his own. As Antidote, the angle doesn't really bode that well for him, but he doesn't even care. Good shots coming in from Antidote. Cool, calm, and composed. That is the name of the game for this man. But look at Frost. Just slipped through the cracks and just walked in for free. And he nearly got the third as well. Right to Ace just slipped past his vision cone. Like, literally, like, maybe what, half a second off?
Yeah.
And the members of Orangutan, they're playing this one so beautifully. And Sky, he's just chilling. He's like, ah, yes. My team is doing okay. I'm maybe gonna watch a couple of videos from the sports club on the side. But don't forget, we have a lot of amazing content, not just tournaments. So make sure to check those out.
Yep, you definitely can check them out, but for now, it's an important round once again. So Rafa, economically, nothing is working out for them. I mean, every single time you see them having a full buy in one round, they lose onto it. They are not able to convert those skills, and that's where they lose onto their economy completely. The Paranoia Dust comes in and it's going to push back the sides of Raw Fuel for now. A lot of util dumped towards the B main itself, but if they're able to exhaust so much of utils in the start, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to work further. Slowly and steadily inside the smoke is where Raw Fuel is, and towards the other side, 3 players are trying to make their way towards the mid. They are waiting for that right opportunity to strike in the right moment, but you know what, there's one player present right towards the mid. The initial contact comes. Raw Fuel trying to convert one. The blind is on point. The flashes are on point, and that's where they will be denied for everything. Slowly and steadily, Vents. There's no one towards mid. Why is the position of Vents left completely open? The peak comes up. Raw Fuel trying to take one down. The stun
30 seconds left.
is gonna get him into a lot of problems, but still, Raw Fuel converts one. Maybe the second one. No, he gets denied. Good for one, and now they have the side for themselves. OG. Well played. Beautifully played.
Ooh. 1 enemy remaining.
That is a good shot coming in from Monarasu. Just a complete confusion in Frost's mind. You can see it from him just moving around there. Another fight being taken, but Eyes fast on the trigger and instantaneous on the flick. 2-8 on the scorecards as Orangutan. Again, very comfortable in their approach and not really much to give. Sky is just waiting it out and seeing his team go through the motions. And he's not even writing anything, so he's just chilling out here.
Yeah.
He knows his team's got it in the bag. He has full
yeah.
confidence in them.
Yeah, he's having the best time of his life today. Once again, there's going to be the investment of operator. Look at raw fuel. He's going further and investing onto that operator for himself. Where the fact is that he has his ultimate online, and all right, that's going to be an interesting thing. Operator, the double operator is what he has for himself. But let's see how he's able to get those. Conversation is what it matters. The Viper Spit is online. Raw fuel. The first one on his target is going to be deadly. As soon as he walks up, he gets taken down. And now Sarafa has lost that duelist, but Marzel. Nice shots coming up. Aziz, the trade is right present there. But Marzel, why would you walk into the cage that way? And for that move, you're definitely going to get punished. 3v4 aggressive. Too difficult for Sarafa right now.
That's a 4 versus 3. There's another chance for this fight to be taken once more. As for now, though, we're gonna be waiting it out for a couple of seconds to see what members of OLG are gonna be doing here. Vent control is present, but that's pretty much it. They want to give a lot of noise towards Vents to just showcase that an A hit is a probability, but they're all going to be heading towards B instead. But look at the position of Amadarasu. He is in a prime position! Across! You didn't clear the back of sight!
Spike down B.
What was the answer to that? Frost made a very massive mistake that could have costed him the entire round there! But Scally! Positions were not good, but raw fuel saves it with the raw mechanical skill that he has. And Sky, he knows how close this round was. But absolutely no reaction from this man. He's like the Spice King. He eats something spicy that will probably kill us and make us go to the bathroom for like 3 days straight.
Oh,
But-
come on.
But for him,
Alright.
like this guy is just like seeing stuff happen in front of him, and he's like, nah, it's just another day in the office. I don't care. My team sometimes makes questionable decisions, but they know how to fix it.
A gift.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, the last shot coming up from raw fuel. You're so aggressive, but deadly! Deadly 10, not just one. He doubles it up before he gets taken down. The judge and the double satchel coming up from his end. He's gonna deny 2 players. There's a trade coming up, but that is still in the favors of Team Sarafa. They have the numbers, they have the neural theft to invest onto, but to deny it all, the showstopper can be a big, big advantage right here. They need to maintain that space. They need to respect that space as soon as they hear the showstopper coming online. But for now, A control is what they are trying to have for themselves, slowly and steadily making their way towards the Haven. Might towards the CTS, but Aziz, he was ready. The showstopper comes up. AZ, will he be able to find anything? The answer is a big no. The numbers have been equalized, and now it's going to be them inside the site. The guiding light comes through. Karma, the moment he steps out, it's going to be done for.
Yeah, Frost's crosshairs are trained on this. I mean, it's everything for him. Exact position. He wants to swing when Marzel is expecting it. This man's gonna catch out Frost, and that is massive because now the duel is gonna give even more advantage towards them. AZ's stuck between a rock and a hard place on an island that he cannot get himself out of. As Sarafa, they do get the 3rd round for themselves, but with them now shifting their attention to their own attack side, mind you, against a team with a double control.
Switching sides.
I do not like their odds. They needed to get an early advantage here when it came down to their pistol round. Sorry, came out to their defensive round.
9-3, the very first half. Yep, I mean, whenever I see a 9-3, I do expect a comeback happening no matter what. Sarafa, this is your chance. In the previous round itself, you have to give it to Deadly 10, to be very honest, the way he just went in for those double satchel, and he was right in front of his enemies, right on their face with that judge. Not just one, but he converted 2 out there. So, you have to give it to Deadly for the previous round itself, but for now, Sarafa Important round over and over again. This pistol round is going to decide on what lies in their fate. Will it be a 2-0 for them, or maybe difficult? But AZ finds one, gets taken down. That's a trade coming up. Excali inside. This can be difficult, but he still somehow manages to find Marzel, shut him down. Numbers falling down for Sarafa once again. But that's going to be a fair trade as Frost gets taken down from the enemy Omen.
Really, it's tough one as Amon Ross's been taking a lot of really good duels. That's a good chunk of information being gained by Rawfield that all the members are in towards the back end of the B side. So the players in B, they can easily go in for a play of their own as Antidote, a very unnecessary peek. And that's going to cost him quite a bit. Excali is the last line of defense here because Rawfield's making a complete another run around. If Excali's able to walk over with murder here, that's gonna be perfect. He's good for a kill. He equalizes. That's massive for him. Rawfield around the corner. He's gonna be able to find the first initial dink, and Tricky, he's not gonna be able to readjust. And that's all up to Right to Ace. Does he still have the name of Right to Clutch under his belt is the real question. Positions are good, but Rawfield is just faster. The mechanical skill in this man is absolute insanity. He does it beautifully.
One last remaining player, Right to Ace. We've known him for his name, Right to Clutch itself, but this time he won't be able to clutch it out. OG almost lost the round, but they still got it for themselves, and now it's going to be complete silence and sadness coming up from the sides of Sarafa. Sheriffs, all they have to invest onto. I feel they would have went in for investments maybe to equalize it once again, but a thrifty is something that they are looking forward to. On the other side, OG have invested onto 2 Marshals, 2 Spectres, and 1 Bulldog coming up. So this is interesting. Oh, the Iron Sheriff now. Let's see if this Iron Sheriff is able to get a kill. But look at Frost. He's holding the best of that angle. Headshot is what is required. But no, the stun comes up. 40 HP down is what he is. But to save him, that's going to be Excali right present behind. Converts 1. Deadly 10. Done for. And now Tricky finds 1, gets traded from Excali once again. He doubles it. Now might be a third one, but Right to Ace. The classic shots will actually work out for him. And now it all goes down to 3 remaining players. The weaponry here has been retrieved in Sarafa. Down to 2. We'll make it 1 last player for them.
Rawfield's so good.
Karma. Look at Karma and his Sheriff shots.
Insane. Yeah, like Amon Rasu is playing so well, but the way that Rawfield is just so aware of it all the time. That's what really surprises me.
To give it to Karma right now, you know, the way he's been hitting those Sheriff shots, his aim looks so crispy today. I mean, every single time he's going further with those Sheriffs, he's able to convert those shots for himself. But the team needs to step up, especially Deadly being on that duelist. He has a big responsibility in the second half itself. So if he's not able to do that, it's going to be difficult. But the guiding light comes in. Frost needs to go behind. It would have been so difficult. This is a bonus round, and if they mess up on bonus, I mean, they are looking forward to get the weaponries down whatsoever. But slowly and steadily inside the site itself, the sides of OG, they are going to respect that space and let Sarafa take the side for themselves.
Another walk up coming in from this side. As Frost. He's gonna take a little bit of a fight of his own. Marcel around the corner does find the first initial catch on the eyes. Perfect for him as Frost. He wants to take a little bit of a of his own, but they're not gonna be able to do out much. And one by one, the bodies just keep on dropping. As the members of Orangutan, it's just not working out in their favor whatsoever. As Sarafa, they have full control and they are just in the driver's seat once more for this particular round at the bare minimum. Rawfield, though, wants to do a little bit of economic damage, has 5 headhunter bullets to make it happen, though. His aim has been an absolute treat to watch. Will he be serving up another dish, though? It's gonna be the biggest question as Rawfield doesn't really find any fights, and Anti just not really having any clue what was going on there. A flawless run comes through for the members of Sarafa. They had the control that they wanted there, but overall, I don't think Orangutan are gonna be unhappy with this loss because don't forget, this was a full-on equal. none of the members had
Yep.
anything to work with in this round.
Definitely, that's going to be the case. Also, the fact that, Sarafa, they haven't lost any of the players. It was a full buy round coming up for them, and if in case they would have lost players, it would have been very difficult for them to cope up with the economy for that one player. He would have been made to adjust with maybe the utils or half shields or something like that. But they haven't lost even one single weaponry out there, which means this is going to be a good economical round for them as well. But when it rolls down to the full buy for both of these teams, it can be vulnerable. Like Scally not the best position to peek in. The stun comes up. But Scally onto the safer side right now. Look at Easy's. Look at his positioning. That can be so vulnerable, Easy's, and that is. Tricky finds him. Shuts him down. Not the best perfect timing of the Viper out there. But the paranoia is going to be on point right now. They are trying to take the B side completely under their control. Rocky has the best of that angle, converts one, maybe the second one as well. Yes, he doubles it up for himself, but the trade comes up from Deadly. Right to Ace goes down. One last remaining player from OG over and over again. It's going to be Antidote. A 1 versus 2. Will he be able to clutch it? Deadly's position cannot be anticipated. I mean, he can actually think that there's one player, but he needs to clear the other side as well. Tricky trying to walk into his crosshair, might get taken down, but Deadly, they are trying to peek him together. Not really sure on what the call will be like. Yeah,
One enemy remaining.
No! No way! Antidote, he clutches it! A 1v2 coming up from Antidote, and look at Sky! Look at that smile, look at how happy he is! This was something we did not like either ways, but Antidote will be clutching it for his team out there. A 1v2, which would have been a Team Sarafa round, goes all into win. I'm not really sure on what the call was like, but look at Sky, look at how happy he was. Right on the chair, he was jumping on his chair itself. OG, that's the match point, and yeah, this is the best possible way to get the match point. Last round, that's about it.
True.
Sarafa, that was a turning point for them.
I think the only reason why they won this round was because Antidote got the best timing of his life.
Yeah.
Don't forget that Tricky, he had the he had the guiding light ready. So instantaneously could have been
Raw fuel.
Okay, never mind, raw fuel.
One
With the 2
enemy
to 4s
remaining.
now, this is something that you don't want to go up against. And this guy's raw mechanical skill is just unmatched. He's in the shooting range, just popping bodies. No, there's no other way to put it. Raw fuel, what is wrong with this guy? Show some emotion, show some remorse of what you're doing to your opposition. Just look at this. Deadly. You don't even need to hit his head, but Rawfield still aims for the headshot. That's how good he is as a player.
What a match there was. I mean, go on. I'm not still able to get over what Antidote did, that 1v2. And after that, there was a 3k coming up for Fuel. All of these players, they've been phenomenally well. The fact that, Deadly did not just walk into his crosshairs. He actually went in. He took the help of the satchel to dodge the bullet itself, but that did not work in his favor. His raw fuel, he found him and he just shut him down. I would say he deleted him out there with such a crispy shot, and it was just not about that one single shot out there. The remaining 2 as well. Raw fuel, the last round, he's been phenomenal, and if I'm not wrong, he is on the top of the charts itself. He's been doing a great job. His day is amazing to start off, and it's going to be the sides of Team OG who gets the victory. 13-4 is what the scoreline looks like, if I'm not wrong. Not the best possible way to end it all for the sides of Team Sarafa. I mean, if they would have got that if they would have got that round for themselves where Anti got that 1v2, I feel it would have been a changing point. From there onwards, we would have seen Sarafa getting back-to-back rounds and maybe a close match coming up. Not really sure, but that one round mistake and the best timing for Antidote just changed the things for OG. And here we are with the very first map done for today.
This last game was just very difficult for the members of Sarafa to even try and win. They lost so much control, and when you have a player like Rawfuel who's just so locked in and loaded for the server, I don't know how you're gonna beat him. These guys, they tried their hardest to try and brute force their way in, but the utility usage just wasn't there. They needed to do something to control Rawfuel, but they gave nothing. investments coming in from utility right to ace, sometimes not being close enough to deadly to help them out, and that's one of the biggest problems. It's a good thing that you're picking up the breach in the sky, but when you're picking up the breach in the sky, you should be having a jet in your arsenal so that they can,
Yeah.
at the bare minimum, capitalize on the utility that you're investing into them. Of course, Deadly is an incredible race player, but it's just not going to be enough. The team play and synergy from Sarafa just didn't really exist to that caliber, and their loss up against OG, not really the biggest of surprises, but then again, we expected a little bit more of a closer scoreline,
Yeah.
especially for the match split.
Exactly. We did expect a close score line coming up, and there were small mistakes coming up from the sides of Team Sarafa as well. The sides of OG, I felt they were just going in for mind games. I mean, every single time they tried to fake, they were able to do that. They tried to go in for rotations, they were able to do that. And they were trying to build in traps for the sides of Sarafa, and the fact that, Sarafa was falling for those traps. They were not able to think the otherwise all around on what can be done or what cannot be done. And that's where OG, they were just running away with rounds back to back. I mean, you remember the very first pistol round itself, it all started with Sarafa having the first pistol round. But after that, it was OG on a roll. They were on a rampage. 6 consecutive rounds is what they got for themselves. To end the very first half, it was a 9-3 scoreline coming up. But that did not matter because at the end, it were 3Ks, it were 2Ks, it was clutches coming up from the sides of OG, and it all went down to them having a victory. And that too, I would say, not that of one-sided, but again, it was a one-sided victory.
I completely agree there. And that is going to be one of the first initial matches just completely getting wrapped up in
Yeah.
a present pretty much and given to us. I have to say that OG just played phenomenally. And of course, when you look at a player like Antidote 2, he's been a pillar of consistency for this roster for the
Yeah.
longest amount of time. When you need him to show up, he will show up for his team, and that one clutch coming out from him is pretty much what really defines him as a player. Plus, when you look at Excali, I'm pleasantly surprised, honestly, that he played that Viper so well. I have never seen him touch the agent. I'm pretty sure that he has not really even utilized this agent much in his entire career, but in this game, he was comfortable. He was giving utility for his team. He was able to invest and help them as much as they possibly can. And that's the thing. You don't really need to frag out. You don't really need to go in for your own very specific plays and the minute details if you don't know how to do it. Bare bone fundamentals is where the members of OG are really shining upon compared to any other team that I've seen up until now. They should be the ones to make it through the tops, make it through into the top 4.
Yeah.
But then again, maybe I'm speaking a little bit too soon. I'm talking about analytics here, but in practicality, things could be so much more different. You have teams like Reckoning here as well who are gunning for a victory up against Orangutan. It could happen, it could not, but what we do know will happen will be that second game soon enough. We are just going to be sitting around here for a little while longer as the scorecards, and of course, do get readied up. As Darshada, do you have anything else to say about this particular matchup?
I mean, it took us a while to actually get in the first match itself, but it was worth the wait.
Ooh, love the
It was
scoreboard.
definitely worth the wait for now. The scoreboard is right up on our screens, and look at Raw Fuel. First 8 kills. First 8 kills on Chamber. I mean, ACS of 413 to be maintained. That's all that we can say. His statistic is giving you all the answers out there because we don't even need to talk about it right now.
Yeah, like raw fuel with this much impact. 8 first bloods coming out of this chamber. He has been a pillar for this team. And AZ's not really having the best of starts, I would say, but he's a race player. He's been taking entries on the back of raw fuel, but there are moments I really hope that AZ's will really start to showcase his mettle, because when AZ's as a player comes alive, that's when you know that the members of OG are just informed. There is nothing that they can stop him. Raw fuel, he's consistent all around. He's one of those players that I have never seen be at the bottom of the scoreboard unless something really bad happens. And as we're going to be jumping on down over to the highlights to relive all of those moments, I'm just at awe at what the members of OG are able to accomplish.
Yeah, definitely that's going to be the case. On the other side, we have Amaterasu with 15 kills onto his name, right? To Ace with 7, Deadly with 8, Tricky with 10, Mazel with 10. I mean, they did try their level best, the players of Sarafa, but still, when it comes down to raw fuel, I feel he's done a great job out there. 400 plus ACS to maintain that, such a huge number. Now, if we talk about Antidote himself, I completely understand. He has like what 9 kills on his name, but he got the important frags. He clutched a round that was the most needed for his team. What else do you want, right? So, every single player from OG has been doing a great job. Highlights is what we are awaited on to right now. Let's just, quickly get back to where it all started. The very first round where, Sarafa got the best of that round. AZ got the first frag as well. The trades were on point. The placements were on point coming from the sides of Sarafa, and it definitely did give me a confidence that Sarafa might take it to a very close matchup. But after that, what we saw was just OG and OG everywhere.
Yeah, these guys, as soon as it came down to the thrifties, it was something so much more different. Controller was there. They were able to collapse under the players together. No real shots missed, and you can see it from the highlights too that it was a game for Rafiel. This guy, when it came down to his entries and the mechanical aim that he was showcasing, no one could touch him. Fast, clean, and simple. That is the name of the game for these players. And Orangutan, they weren't going in for anything rocket science based. Just look at them. They're peaking angles together. It's just a 1-2-3 double peak. And they were able to capitalize on those traits purely because of it. Map control was another big thing for Orangutan, because look at where Frost is. Frost just walked into angles for free. He just came in for free in so many occasions. These type of things really what's hurting the members of Sarafa here, and I'm hoping even after this loss, don't forget they have a lot more matches to still play out in this group. They're going to be able to just come together as a squad, sit down, talk about it, and fix it through.
Not really sure on what the Omen Ultimate was like there on the other side, but yup. The information game was pretty strong when it went down to OG on the second half itself. Right to Ace, he was left all alone to clutch it out, and he could not capitalize onto the situation. That pistol round was very important for Sarafa. 9-3 was the scoreline, and that pistol round would have decided a great comeback story from Sarafa, but that did not work in their favor. Everything was just falling down, and it was OG running away with rounds here and there, left and right. It all went down to few clutches, few 1v3, 1v2 that we keep talking about. I mean, look at Antidote. The position. He found one. Tricky was on the other side. Both of the players had no contact in between. And that's where everything fell apart. But this shot. This is the best part about the very first match itself. This 3K from Rafiel will be always remembered,
Yeah, they know how to make this one work. And Rafiel, he's just showcasing his mechanical skill to its fullest fruition. And this is just one of those other chances, I do believe, where he's going to be the one to come out on top in his future matchups soon. But for now, I do think that's all that we have in store for you for this first initial matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, we still have 5 more games. Yes, 5 more games. 5 more hours of Valorant. And we as casters, we're probably going to be at the floor right at the very end of it. But what we are going to be happy about it is the fact that all of these matches will be quite interesting. And I do believe that the map veto for this next match is quite the interesting one. So if you don't want to miss out on the match from True Rippers versus MIBH, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a lot more action after a short little break. See you in a bit.
This is why we play.
Gaming is something more.
It's a community made vibrant and real by AI.
Technology helps us to be part of something bigger.
Games play as if they were real life.
Are you with me now? Said, are you with me now? Ain't felt this good in a while. They want us to simmer down. Can you hear me now? Am I going in and out? I stop and just look around to see if you're with me now.
This is why we play. A community.
Thousands of communities.
Tell me, are you with me now? Ready to put it down. Start at the bottom, already forgot it, but they won't forgive me now. You really ain't ready now. You haters just in the crowd.
Nothing can hold you back.
So, why do you play?
I run this town, ain't backing down, we going in rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
This is why we play.
Gaming is something more.
It's a community made vibrant and real by AI.
Technology helps us to be part of something bigger.
Games play as if they were real life.
Are you with me now? Said, are you with me now? Ain't felt this good in a while. They want us to simmer down. Can you hear me now? Am I going in and out? I stop and just look around to see if you're with me now.
This is why we play. A community.
Thousands of communities.
Tell me, are you with me now? Ready to put it down. Start at the bottom, already forgot it, but they won't forgive me now. You really ain't ready now. You haters just in the crowd.
Nothing can hold you back.
So, why do you play?
Ladies and
Welcome
gentlemen,
back,
boys and
ladies
girls.
and gentlemen, to the what happened here? Okay, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lenovo and Intel presents TEC Challenger Series official VCT Off season 2023. Our gaming monitor partners are none other than ViewSonic. It's something your way aggressive here with Darshita, now bringing you back all of the action for game number 2 for this extravaganza, as things really just took a little bit of a turn, I would say, for the members of Sarafa
Yeah,
and for me right at the very beginning of this broadcast, because both of us were really just surprised. What just happened, no one really knows. But overall, Sarafa just didn't really have a good showing. Orangutan just completely
yeah,
decimated them in every regard, and raw fuel pretty much is the biggest factor for all of it. That guy came
definitely.
in with a vengeance, and he got 8 first bloods and a 421 ACS. You can't make that up at all. Yesterday, we
I mean,
witnessed
yeah,
Disrupt having a similar performance out of him. And stuff like this is what really changes a squad. And I'm really hoping that now that TR are going to be going up against MIBH, things could just be a little bit more different, because when you look at the MIBH's roster, they are
yeah.
incredible to see. Like, as soon as you see the roster, people who do know, they already know what the members of True Rippers are going up against. But on paper, this team can take down the Great, and there's a possibility that MIBH could even pose a threat towards the members of Orangutan.
Yeah, it can be difficult for either of the parties out there. I mean, I feel this can be anyone's match up again, because in the previous match, you remember, it was us having our bets placed on the sides of OG, accepting the fact that there are really great players, and as a team, OG, they are really good with the coordination and everything. But right now, the map veto, it is fancy. It's actually fancy. The map veto is what I'm talking about right now, because it's sunset that we are gonna witness. I mean, Sunset being a new addition, not that new addition, but again, it is a new addition, right? These teams, not really sure on what plans do they have when it goes down to Sunset, but again, when it is about Split, Breeze, Bind, Descent Haven, it's been a long time we are witnessing these maps. These teams, players do tend to have a lot of practice, a lot of experience, but I cannot say that they have this great of experience in Sunset as well. So I do have double thoughts, to be very honest, aggressive. I'm not really sure on how this map is gonna turn out for both of these teams, but yep, it's more like a fancy game that we are gonna witness right now to represent an MIBH.
There's a good chance we're going to be witnessing the members of True Rippers probably beating their match here. You don't really know just yet, because True Rippers, they've been looking a lot better with time. They have adapted, they have learned, and they are bringing in a lot of innovative ideas. But the members of MIBH as well, they have a lot of raw talent under their belt, and that raw talent alone could be enough to push them over the edge. Players like RVK, Shooter, mind you, Shooter being one of the biggest names out there when it came
Yeah,
to the Valorant scene when he came in from Pakistan. But looking at it now, I wonder if he's playing on the server, because if I did see the list correctly, Shooter was the sixth player, so it either could be Vanguard, it could be Shooter. It's gonna be quite the interesting fight. MIBH probably one of the favorites here in this entire tournament, other than Orangutan, True Rippers, and Reckoning, of course, and
yep.
when you look at Sarafa, remember, like, the audience will love them because they are the OGs. There's a lot of favorites in this Group A, so it's going to be quite the interesting affair to see exactly who are going to be the ones to make it into this top four, because don't forget, only 2 teams from this group are going to be able to make it through.
It's going to be the case, definitely. We have discussed the sides of Team MIBH, but on the sides of True Rippers, we also do have that Maker, Halef, Disrupt, Techno. Are you? I mean, all of these players again and again. The previous match itself, I remember when we saw True Rippers the previous day on the map of Breeze itself, they were phenomenal going up against the sides of Hyderabad Hydras. They got a victory in that match. It was a close competition, but once again, True Rippers, they proved themselves in terms of the aim duels, in terms of strategies, in terms of gameplays. Everything was on point, and Hyderabad Hydras, they could not do anything. There were points where Hyderabad Hydras could actually, get True Rippers into a lot of problems. I mean, they left True Rippers scratching down their heads on what can the thing be like. But again, it all went down to True Rippers having the first victory, and today going down to the second map for them. If it is a second victory rolling, it's going to be very, very great stuffs coming up from True Rippers again, because MIBH, again, this is a team where the players are known. We've seen them performing before as well, but then not really sure on how it's going to pan out for Sunset.
Let's just see how this is gonna go. Sunset, one of those new maps that we don't really have any set meta to really talk about. But what a
Yeah.
lot of teams, especially in the Chinese league, have started to pick up on is the Harbor, one of the biggest pickup. Phoenix as well coming in from the members of MIBH. It's a lot of interesting compositions that you can play on this map. Nothing is really set in stone whatsoever. But what is really a common thing for a lot of teams currently has to be that fade. Teams have really started to see how good the fade can be on this particular map, and that
Yeah.
alone should be a deciding factor for this matchup in general. Because from what I've seen, fade is really good, but that's the thing. Fade after those recent nerfs hasn't really been that good to play overall when you are the player who's controlling the character.
Yeah.
Fade is perfect overall, though, for when you're going in for team synergy and for professional settings like this. But as an individual, you kind of lose that level of impact that you would have with your own weapon because you're spending so much time trying to invest in your teammates. So if your teammates are able to capitalize on the utility that you give, then Fade has a lot of value, especially on this particular map, because one good Fade Eye can easily clear out pretty much what I would say 25% of the entire map. And if you throw it towards mid, that's going to be an instant call for your teammates to maybe rotate, maybe find some early presence. You can use
Yeah.
you can use the C's to get a lot of early control towards A main, and there's a lot of different windows that you can play through as well. There's options that the Fate gives you on this particular map. And then you look at a pickup for the controller. Now the controller is very subjective, but from what we have seen in recent times, a lot of teams are picking up that Harbor because of how the Cascade works. The Cascade
Yeah.
allows you to take so much aggressive control towards A main that it's very easy to just take that orb for free. They can't really fight you
Yeah.
there unless, of course, you have a Sky. Sky pretty much being, in my opinion, one of the other best initiators for this particular map. But let's face it, Sky is just really good on any map that has a
Yeah.
Viper included or even a Harbor included. I'm pretty sure with the meta now shifting towards this double controller setup, with the double control and double initiator setup, that I do believe when Icebox comes back, eventually it will. I think Sky could be a really strong pickup for that particular map, depending on how the changes go through, because players have now become so good at playing Sky that Sova in a lot of different cases is being overshadowed.
Definitely, I do completely agree with everything that you said. On the other side, Sunset. I mean, every single time that we discuss about the map of Sunset itself, it has a huge open area in the mid, right? The mid control is something that you need to focus on to, because if not, then there is an opening towards the market. There's this other opening towards the tiles. You can actually go and make your way towards the enemy spawn as well. So you need to have your eyes towards the mid, because if your enemies get the mid control, they have three different angles that they can actually approach towards, and that can get the defensive half into a lot of problems. So they need to be pretty careful. Also, talking about the momentum of these teams, have been witnessing a lot of Sunset recently, and once the momentum gets shifted, it's completely done for. You are a team who getting back to back rounds, it's okay. But if the momentum goes in the team that's in front of you, it's going to be so difficult to come back from that situation. Over and over again, talking about the Asian composition as well, I feel, as you said, Fade is going to be pretty important, but alongside that, it's going to be Chamber. I mean, Chamber, even we've seen Chamber being played
True.
in this map. Not really sure on how good or how bad it can turn out for all of these players when it comes down to the smokes as well. Brimstone, I feel that's going to be Omen coming up maybe, because again, over and over, the paranoia is going to actually help you. The shrouded shept on the other side, and also the ultimate from the shadows can be really helpful. When it goes down to the attacking side, you know how helpful it can be. Towards the defense, yeah, maybe an expensive recon coming up to gain a lot more of information, but to the attacking half, it can be really important. Alongside that, I mean, I have seen there are a few places in the map itself where you can actually utilize the sage wall, but investing onto the sage won't get you that value. So I feel Cypher would be a great option rather than.
Yeah, there's a good chance that the Cypher is probably gonna get picked up here too. Cypher, pretty much a very annoying pickup for this map because you can't really
Yeah.
figure out his tripwires. Some of the tripwires, right, extend so far out that even if you're on the entrances, there's no way you can break it unless you run into it. Another very interesting pickup, in my opinion, has to be the Phoenix. The Phoenix on
Mm-hmm.
this particular map has been pretty substantial for a lot of teams, and they found out the strengths of this character quite heavily. Phoenix has been a very sleeper pick. No one wants to play this character because there are other duelists that just do his job better. But on this particular map, there's no duelist that brings as much value on this particular map as he does. The close corners, the amount of fights that you can take with those curveballs, is just incredible to see. And that is what you really want to give to your team overall.
Yep.
For now, though, we're gonna take a little while longer, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing to really worry about here. Again, some technical issues. The teams are trying to fix it down through and join back as quickly as possible. But I'm hoping to see a little bit of an innovative strategy coming in from the members of MIBH, because I do believe that True Rippers, they have already scrimmed this map and they know what they can do on this map and how much they can get away with. But the real question is, the members of MIBH, have they limit tested themselves for this particular map? Or maybe they're the ones who took True Rippers to this phase. Because don't forget, the map hero process went in such a way that the choices were made, and the members of MIBH, they were the ones who wanted to take this map for their favor.
Yep, I remember the very first, ban that came in was from the sides of True Rippers, and it was the map of Split itself. Then MIBH went further to ban Lotus. True Rippers went in with Bind, and then it was Ascent for True Rippers again. So Sunset, more or less, a lot of questions that I do have. But as you said, the investment onto Phoenix, a double duelist composition coming up from the sides of MIBH. That's going to be Shooter on Jet and Wenka on Phoenix. On the other side, Fade, yes, that's going to be an important investment. But I do see a Harbor pick coming up. Harbor and an Omen. That's a double controller again. So double controller up against double duelist. In the first half itself, it's good for both. But I'm just giving it a second thought on what will happen when these teams will go in for the second half.
It's going to be quite the interesting feat from both of these squads. So you do see that the Brimstone is going to be coming out. Not really out of the ordinary, I would say, for this particular map. It's good. Yeah, I completely agree that the Brimstone is just a little bit too one-dimensional because he doesn't have that global presence.
Choose your agent.
But a double controller getting picked up by True Rippers, this will be quite the interesting feat, because now Disrupt, he has a lot more pressure on him to perform. Performances need to be a must from this man, but then again, when you look at Disrupt, right, and his past achievements and what he has been able to bring for this roster, it's a lot of firepower. And when it is allowed to just run rampant, it'll be perfect. But I do think that the Fade and of course the Rays need to have proper synergy with each other to make it work out properly.
There are combinations that they can actually go in with. I mean, DCs and the Paint Chill coming up, it can be a great combination if placed perfectly in one single run. I mean, yeah, I do completely understand the fact that these combinations cannot work every single time, but either ways in the pistol run, if the C's is perfect, and so is the case with Paint Chills, then it can actually be either one or two bodies falling down, or maybe a lot of damage out of the players who are caught because of Fate. So there can be a lot of things being played away from the utils of all of these players, but it all depends upon what the strategies will be like. We have the coaches ready, we have the teams ready as well, and we are awaited to start off with the very first map itself. Well, with a very important map, I would say. Not the first, I mean, come on, it's a best of one. Either ways, there's no other chance for both of these teams, but it's going to be important for both of them.
You have a really good start for this one. Rabbit, the coach is now in motion, and for True Rippers, they know how important this match is going to be for them. Having a good foothold right at the very beginning is going to be massive, and for them to get a 2-0 scoreline, it's going to be quite the important feat. And for the other side of things, the members of MIBH, they need to get themselves onto that board too. Losing 2 games in a row, that will be a huge hit to them overall. So the answer needs to be present. Oh, wait, and also, did I see Shooter play towards this match? I didn't really notice which players were playing for the members of MIBH in this instance.
Well, the players that we have today for MIBH, if I'm not wrong, that's going to be all these 5 players: Vibhor, Venka, Hawks, RVK, and Shooter. But let's see, we'll be soon towards the very first pistol round itself, and we're getting a lot more of information on what the thing is like. But the coach is ready with that, book and the pen. I remember in the previous match when we saw the match of OG going up against Sarafa. I remember OG and the coach of OG just chilling around, having the best time of their lives, and enjoying what all is happening in the map itself. No books, no pen whatsoever, just right in front of PC, having the best time of his life, enjoying and witnessing what his team is doing out there. And that was the best part. But right now, things seems to be more and more intense. It seems to be a very close match coming up. What do you think about the scoreline, the first half itself? What do you think will end up on? 8-4, 7-5, 9-3? What's your call?
I'm saying that it's a high possibility for 93 because the
9-3.
composite, 93 because the compositional differential for both of these squads really depends on whoever has practiced it more. We know for a fact that True Rippers, they have
Yeah.
practiced a lot as a team, and they have the team synergy and coordination to make it work. And we
Yeah.
did get confirmation that one of the players did disconnect inside of the game, so we're waiting for him to rejoin. You know how Valorant can be, sometimes it takes a little bit of time to get itself rolling, but we still love the game regardless. And as I was saying, the members of True Rippers, they have a lot of coordination to play around with.
Yeah.
Can we really say the same about the members of MIBH, who just came together as very talented individual players, now taking a deep dive and stride here in this tournament? They made it really far. Don't forget, the squad is good, but overall, is it enough for them to go over that finish line? Not just yet, I believe.
That's the thing that we were talking about a while ago as well, right? Every single player out here is quite talented, and that's the reason we do see them on such a big stage out there. But it's all about the team coordination, the team strategies, and the gameplay that can actually make a difference. In the previous match itself, now all these players, Deadly 10, we had Rafiel, we had Antidote, every single player that we name in the match between Sarafa and OG as well, they were so individually talented. We have seen them doing miracles out there in other matches as well. But when it went down to the team coordination with the team that you are playing right now, that's where everything was just a bit wobbly, and things were falling apart for the sides of Sarafa. Today's day, I feel it's going to be very, very interesting already. I mean, yeah, we do have a long day today, and the delays are hurting me a bit, but that's completely fine because Shooter,
Shooter.
what a shot coming up. That Maker in the first match itself, he's been denied within just few seconds, and the side is completely under control to go in for the plunge.
That's a shooter for you, man.
Yeah.
That guy is just something different when it comes down to these close range fights, and he's just not gonna lose those. Shooter. Another kill for him as RVK over towards the back. He wants to try and maybe find a duel, but he's not gonna be able to find out much. Now, right at the very end, the members of True Rippers just got completely dismantled. MIBH running out of this gate pretty much instantly. A very beautiful round for them overall as True Rippers. They're going in for a little bit of a slow start, I do believe, but I don't think they expected MIBH to come out of the gates running like that.
Shooter and his shot. The first shot itself, that just said a lot of things out there. And he wasn't like it was just about that one single shot. No, when it went down to the second one as well, I saw Shooter was surviving on 2 HP. 2 of his health, and that's where he managed to do such great things. Now it goes down to MIBH having good advantage in terms of February. They've invested onto a Vandal. If True Rippers is able to take down that Vandal, things might just change, but if not, then it can be a bit difficult. Slowly and steadily right now, B-side is completely open for business. There is going to be Cypher cams who give out a lot of information, and the rotation is being called off towards the mid itself from the market. There might be a lot of players, but RVK position not anticipated. 21 down, 3 players on his face. Straight away, that Maker denies him. One player does get taken away from MIBH, but still B-side completely under their control, and they can actually go in for plant until and unless there's going to be difficulties with hopes out there. Look at that positioning, and look at the rotation from MIBH.
There.
What's
They
going
know to
on?
make an instant run towards that A side. They're not going to be risking pretty much anything. Disrupt, though, heard out on all of these sounds, and he needs to work his way up. Disrupt. He has a good opportunity. He's all the way deep into enemy territory, too. But with all the members coming in towards the flank, they have a beautiful crossfire setup. The members of MIBH, they're ready for this fight.
They definitely are. Look at the exchange of bullets going on. Venka, shooter, everyone going for the it all goes down to 2v2. I'm still scared for the sides of MIBH right
Last
now
player
because a
standing.
Vandal has been retrieved and now it's all down to one last remaining player, Disrupt. A 1v2 is what is on stake right now. But the time needs to be perfect. The flashes are on point. The volley comes up. That's going to waste a lot of time. Disrupt flashing this out can be difficult. Venka, he does not even give him a chance to find one. But there's a huge weaponry loss coming up. I mean, they've lost 3 players. They did retrieve back the Vandal. I feel the Guardian was dropped down and the Vandal was definitely retrieved. But either ways, they've lost 3 players, and economically, this was a good round for True Rippers. They've managed to take down 3 weaponries at the same time. MIBH, they need to invest onto, I feel, sheriffs to maintain the economy for themselves.
There's certain situations that really make you question what the map design is going to be like. And I think this is just one of those scenarios again. You can see that the players, when it came down to the attack, they felt as though they were playing on defense and the attackers were playing on and the defenders were playing on the attack. It gets so confusing really quickly because of how fast rotations are on this map and how many different angles you need to consider too. There's not just one single choke point. The entire map is interconnected almost everywhere. And the members of True Rippers and MIBH, they're using it to its fullest fruition. Both haunts have been used to gain some early level of information. Some players have been spotted, so they have an idea that there is a good hit and a large number of players who are tumbling towards this mid side. But True Rippers, they're not opting for a lot of aggressive control towards mid. They're going to give that one up and maybe wait for the players to walk into their crosshairs for that first initial fight. MIBH, though, on the other side, they're waiting for that first line of contact. But True Rippers, they're not really biting on this bait.
Slowly and steadily for now, they are trying to make their way towards the A site. Disrupt is down to 74. He needs to be careful. Painter dust comes in and Disrupt will be running back for his life. There's a lot of util dump towards the A side. Disrupt, they are trying to have the side control, but Disrupt position not anticipated. And that's where he'll be finding Wenka. Techno gets taken down. The trade is fair, but not completely as RVK joins the same party. Hoax finds Disrupt with a ghost in his hand. 3v3. Last 10 remaining seconds. They do not have the time to go in for a plan. There is Hell trying to take one down. Yes, he's able to do that. But what's next? A 1v2 aggressive.
This is not going to be easy. And I'm pretty sure that Holtz, he's ready for it. The crosshairs were trained and he was prepared for that fight. An instant hit as Rabbit, kind of thinking of the situation of what he really wants to tell his team if they are going to take this pause here soon. But good God, Disrupt. Staying as lucky stars for this one. That Fate Prowler just instantly went right past him. Rippers, though, on the other side, not really getting the good reads that they would hope for here. And they're lacking when it comes down to the map control. It feels like they're waiting for the members of MIBH to just walk into the sites and allow them to take these duels out one by one, but the collapse from their members and because of the amount of utility that they have present, especially with the Phoenix too, it's difficult because the Phoenix just demands a lot of your resources, and unless you stop them, you're just gonna run over your entire team.
That's gonna be true. Very true. For now, B execution. This just can be a 4-0 coming up. You know, understanding the fact that True Rippers do not have a great economy to commentate. They are trying to take down the tripwire as well, but there comes the run it back. I don't think it's going to be able to convert anyone. Helem just finds Wenko and DM King with the sheriff shot. There is a fair trade situation. 2 remaining players, MIBH, they are able to go in and plant the spike, but True Rippers, 2 remaining players. Hoax. Alright. Try to take 1 player down now. What will be the case? Slowly and steadily, Venka. He needs to anticipate the players out there. As soon as the strap comes up, he gets taken down. And now, it's all down to 1 last remaining player. Techno to Cole. We've seen him being cold-blooded out there and taking down his opponents like anything. But a 1v3 right on his face, he does manage to find one. Venka got deleted out there, but Shooter trades him. And that's going to be 1 more round, a 4-0 coming up for MIBH. And that's a great stuff. True Rippers, now this is going to be an important round for them. If they lose onto this one again, it's just MIBH running away with rounds.
True. I'm pretty sure after they lose this round, the coach is going to go for an instant pause. He could even go for a pause here, I do believe. Depends on what the team feels like in this instance. No pause has been taken, so next round is where the pause should be expected. If the members of True Rippers lose this one, they need to break the momentum from MIBH quickly, and they need to establish a lot of early control. Techno 2 gold right off the angle. It is going to be Kelev, good for a kill, but he's not going to be able to survive for long. Aryu does find the trade, and that's more than enough. Man advantage in the favor of True Rippers. Finally, they have a little bit of direction to play with, and these double peaks are working, but they gave away all of the value instantly. This is not looking that good. The Benka with the speak. Okay, he just put it on the gun barrel and instantly went in for a flick. Benka, he can do no wrong. And this man, he's just something different. Spike still needs to get picked up though, so this is where the tough spots are gonna come through.
Got the spike.
As Vivor still has the smokes present if he wants to go in for this duel here. And for the side take. Ultimate online, and I do believe that he's just gonna give the spike towards Venka so he can opt for a plant. Positions are good as Venka pushed up really close. Has two curveballs to play this, but Venka maybe going a little bit too deep here. This is very risky. As soon as that smoke fades, both players, they're going to be out in the open.
I'm not liking what is happening with the sides of True Rippers, to be very honest. Maker, last one to survive, and
protein shake.
as soon as Vibbo spots him, there's no chance that Maker will be able to do anything. MIBH with 5th one on board. A timeout is needed. True Rippers, they need to re-strategize, they need to replan on what is going wrong, because things are not at all looking good for them. MIBH, they're running away with rounds right now. The fact that they got the pistol, it's understandable that they are going to have the second one on board, but when it went down to True Rippers having a full buy, that's where everything seemed to be falling apart. Look at the economy. I mean, look at the buys coming up. There's going to be 1 Vandal, 1 Spectre, and 3 Sheriffs being invested onto. I mean, yeah, they do have the buy for the upcoming rounds as well, but the showstopper does come online. Disrupt. Will he be able to fight anything? The answer is a no. Look at how low 2 players are, but that does not matter for now because no frags whatsoever. And now, MIBH. It's still a 5v5. True Rippers, not really sure on what is going to be the case.
It's going to be quite the interesting affair coming in from both of these teams. As MIBH not really looking that good right now. I do think they need to farm the orbs a little bit more here. Venka not opting to go in for those early bouts of control just yet. Playing off of that Phoenix Ultimate would be their best bet for the map of Sunset because of the amount of Cypher utility they have to go through. Some of these tripwires are just impossible to break. You can't go in for this fight as RBK just walked into the awaiting arms of Techno. He's gonna get put to bed.
Yep.
It's True Rippers. They know the control that they have established, and this is not gonna be looking that good for them. Helen just comes in strong with the only Vandal for his team, and they have the control, and they're just gonna go in for it. As Aryu just stands still like a turret, and he's gonna be able to tap people down and send them back down under. The members of True Rippers, they finally get their mojo back, and they have the first round under control. As MIBH just kind of fell asleep on the trigger there, I do believe, and their overall strategy just fell apart.
It seems like it did. The very first round for the sides of True Rippers right now. This is a moment of relief for them that they got the best of that round without investing onto so much. I mean, come on, all they had invested onto was what? Sheriffs and Vandals to work around with. Still, they got the best of the round out there. But MIBH, 5 ultimates. Orbital Strike, Neural Test, Blade Storm, Nightfall, Run It Back. Every single thing they do have to start things off. They will be investing onto the Nightfall. Trying to take their way, make their way inside the side, but hell left. The positioning was the best out there, and that's where he will be finding RVK. One player lost. Well, make it a 2S shooter goes down slowly and steadily. True Rippers, they are getting back into the game. They are able to feel themselves. The spike is planted, but 3 remaining players, and the Nightfall comes up from the sides of True Rippers as well. This is going to be very, very difficult now. One last remaining player. Will he be able to do anything? Venka, no way he is able to. A flawless being answered back. Oh, well, a flawless after a flawless, my bad, is what the situation is like. 2 back-to-back rounds for True Rippers and aggressive, both of them to be converted as flawless.
Making it work out so beautifully too. The members of True Rippers, they know what they are capable of here.
Right there.
Finally,
Yeah.
Vibor, he's gonna take the spots. This is an instant
Right
stop
there.
from Vibor, and this is the experience talking. He knows that as soon as the team gets 2 rounds, especially when it comes to the buy round, and you are down to your last buy round too, you need to take the pause there. You do not want to risk anything. You have 3 very powerful ultimates online. I'm not gonna talk about the
Yeah.
Blaze Storm like that because the neural theft will be pretty massive here. When you are on the map of Sunset, if you get that first skill, if you're able to find it and the neural theft comes out, that's a good chunk of information. You can instantly rotate. There is no denying the fact that on the map of Lotus, the instant rotates are very much probable. And this is
Yeah.
one of those cases where when you have that level of information for yourself,
Mhm.
that overall, MIBH, they need to play on that info and just cycle through their ultimate. The Oral Strike has been online for the last 2 rounds. Finally, we do see the run it back come online again for the Phoenix. They need to utilize this either for an execution or for a very slow burn strategy. A lot of teams have opted to go in for this take where they send the Phoenix towards garage, Phoenix towards market instead. Sorry, the market entrance. And
Yeah.
then they opt to go in for a split push towards this A side. And it seems as though Deathmaker, he's gonna be ready for it. He's running all the way back, and with this early control towards the opposite end, members of MIBH, they're looking for a hit towards A, but DM's ready for it. He's all the way running in.
Shooter. Out of
Right
5,
there.
1 knife has been already used, and now it all goes down to Vibho trying to go in for the plant, but at the same time,
Oh,
Oreo
DM still have
goes
the gun
down.
down.
The smoke timing would have been so different, but hell finds one onto Venka. That's going to be the ultimate invested from Phoenix as well. So it's better for now. It's good for now. The spike is planted. It all goes down to the post-plant scenarios. True Rippers, 4 remaining players. No ultimate whatsoever. On the other side, MIBH does have the orbital strike to walk around with the position getting compromised. Venka is just so stuck right now. He's trying to do so much to be on a safer side, but gets denied for every single thing. And now it's going to be Hell tries to go in for the defusal. Hoax and Shooter, they are already departed, but Vibor will he be investing onto the orbital strike? No, is the answer. He did think of doing that, but he got denied from Techno. And that's going to be one more up for the sides of True Rippers. Slowly and steadily getting back into the game. True Rippers are gaining rounds back to back. And now it all goes down to MIBH losing 3 rounds. I mean, look here. RVK was just small visible pixels, and that's where he was converted. After that, it was just bodies piling up left and right, and the sides of True Rippers got the best out of that round. Now, it goes down to a full buy for both of these teams, but again, a questionable for MIBH, because if they lose onto this one, it's going to be so sad.
It's going to be difficult, but it's not going to be impossible. That's the name of the game here. Venka doesn't really have anything much more to give here. He needs to use his hot hands to try and maybe heal himself. Helef over towards the corner.
No.
Shooter wants to feel out the smoke a little bit here, but they're just gonna walk right past each other. Disrupt again catching on RVK. This is such a massive hit. Seems to RVK not really having the best of games here for himself. And normally when RVK is having a pretty rough time, his aim not really on that level. It's a little bit shaky still here, as this one-way smoke is going to give a good chunk of control to the defenders, but this mid control is going to be so crucial as Helef doesn't miss any of these bullets. Beautifully done as Helef is just showcasing the mechanical prowess that he has in his under. Well, as Disrupt takes the last kill, 4-5. Members of True Rippers, they get another flawless, mind you, to get themselves back in towards this game.
Out of 4 rounds that True Rippers had for themselves, 3 of them are flawless. 3 of them. Helef has been phenomenal. The duel that he had for himself, the dual kill that he had for himself was so precise. There was a crack aim. Again, on the other side, that Maker, he did convert few. But it's not looking good for MIBH right now. They had the best of their times in the start itself when they were having a great momentum back-to-back rounds, but now it's a momentum shift coming up completely towards the sides of True Rippers, and the economy is completely at stake. Slowly and steadily trying to make their way towards the A side is the entirety of team. Only the Cypher is left all alone towards the mid itself. Maybe a frag is what they are anticipating, but that Maker is start things off over and over again. Finds Venka.
Okay,
And to
DM.
double it up, that's going to be Shooter. The reason he's known as DM King is what he is definitely showing right now. But MIBH, oh, come on, RVK. He's denied for everything, and now 2 remaining players. It seems to be impossible right now.
Yeah, the level of control and the space that the members of Rippers are demanding here, especially after these couple of pauses, is just so difficult to run into. Vibor, though, he's trying to be the game changer for this. A triple kill for the man. Vibor, he has the angle, he wants to go in for the fight, and Vibor with the 4Ks up for the ace here. Orbital Strike has now been invested, and RU has no idea. The Orbital Strike smokes the presence of Vibor. Now is an opportunity to go in for a full-on wraparound. Vibor, he's so smart and way above his years for this one.
30 seconds left.
Has the experience telling him to go in for this wrap, but he's reading into this. He can sell this. He cannot sell this fake. As RU wrapping around, expecting him to be towards the spawn side, but no. Vibor, he's trying to hunt RU down. This fight is so crucial. 30 seconds left on the clock. He's immediately going to go in for this plant. He doesn't have enough time to try and go for this fight. But RU all the way wrapped towards spawn. This is perfect for him.
No, not liking what is happening right
Spike
now.
planted.
Vibor, will this be an ace? One last remaining player. As soon as he comes out, Vibor gets denied. He almost had it. Almost. That's gonna hurt. Vibor gets denied. The position wasn't anticipated though. I mean, yeah, the spike was planted, but again, the 4K that he had for himself, he denied 4 players. RU, it was a do-or-die situation, and if RU wouldn't have made it work, it would have been an ace and a round that no one expected. 5-all is what the scoreline looks like for now. We are back to an equalizer, ladies and gentlemen. And this, I mean, Vibor has been one player to look out for definitely. When his team needs the most, he will be stepping up, but sadly, he had that ace almost for himself. What has happened right now. Focusing on the next round itself. Once again, an A execution coming up from these players. Towards the mid, I do see the Cypher coming up. But 2 players, look at that. 2 players trying to take the mid control from the sides of True Rippers. This can be very vulnerable. The Cypher decides to go back towards the side, and the respect has been given for the side control itself as the spike gets planted.
5v5 retake already coming through. The members of MIBH, I'm pretty sure they're going to be spelling out a little bit of a flank here. RU, flashes ready. They're going to be able to break the tripwire. They're waiting for the timings to come through. Sorry, he's immediately going to call this. That's the first line of the defenders already coming through. Shooter, he's getting the shot. He misses it, and that's going to be a rough one for them to fight into here. Holt's going to be good for 1, but the trades are just simultaneous. TM King over towards the corner. He doesn't miss those shots. The Techno's going to be there for the backup. They just collapse onto the attackers, all in from each and every angle of this A side. The members of MIBH, they had no control. They lost it in a matter of seconds. You snap your fingers and it's already over. True Rippers. What just happened to them? They went from losing out 5 rounds consecutively to now winning out on 6. They're looking at a 7-5 scoreline. It was a complete and utter turnaround from them that we didn't even expect. And that was not on top of a pause. The coach didn't even say anything. It was just the players making it happen.
Yep. Players did manage to get it back to a 6-5. I mean, to an equalizer, and after that, to having an advantage. Right now, again, look, they have the Reckoning, they have the From the Shadows, the Showstopper, to be precise, and that's the best combination ever. Are you trying to be aggressive every single time? This is not gonna work. He will be forced to go behind, a bit behind. I mean, yeah,
I must wait a moment.
he has the information and he can actually
Here.
just wait down and you know, wait for the players to actually get the side for themselves, because right now MIBH, they are into a lot of problems. There's a lot of pressure. The opponent team had 6 rounds back to back, but Shooter, you do not peek him. He is a monster when it goes down to a 1v1, and that's what he's proved straight away. The Showstopper comes online, finds nothing. Shooter doubles it up, finds Disrupt. Techno joins the same party, and now True Rippers, they are left on with 2 remaining players. Might be a 6-all half that we witness right now.
Yeah, definitely just not going to be able to equalize this. If we got 1 kill over on the Shooter, that would have been the biggest game changer for them. Hella. Spell out one of the players, but the timing is not in his favor. RBK finally gets the revenge kill that he was hoping to get here. Now TMK, he's the one up for maybe for a clutch, but not against RBK. 6-6 on the scorecards already. The members of MIBH, they turn things around and get things even Stevens, as they are gonna be heading on down over onto the next half without any form of an advantage. True Rippers, a good and valiant comeback coming in from them to bring themselves back in towards this match. And it seems as though both our predictions that we had early on seems to be non-existent. The 6-6 scoreline, not really something that we see often.
I did not expect a 6-all scoreline coming up. Not because of the players, not because of the team, but because of the map itself. The map of Sunset is what we are talking about, and look at how it all went down. 5 rounds for MIBH, 6 rounds for True Rippers, the last one for MIBH, and that's how we are on a 6-all scoreline. So these players, they need to be very, very careful. As of True Rippers, they do anticipate the initial aggression coming up. Every single corner will be checked. That's the advantage of having a fade in your team. You got covered for each and every angle. The smokes are being placed, and now entering towards the B side, it's a bit difficult, but on the other side, there's one player who is trying to make their way towards the A as well. Towards mid, I do see some bullets getting exchanged, but that's not going to find Shooter anything. The rotation is being called off, and look where the spike is. It's yet outside B. This is not the best of the decision MIBH is going forward with.
Oh, this is not looking that good, DM. He's already walked up so deep in, but now RBK's position, it's revealed, but the shots don't connect. DM, he's not going to be happy about that one. A little bit of a potato coming in from DM there. If they found that kill, the A side would have been ripe for the picking, but now the B side's completely empty. The members of MIBH, they opted for a full-on rotation, and now Helef deep in towards the side, but Vivor's position, I don't think he's gonna expect it. Vivor around the corner, good for a kill before he gets traded out. Still, the man advantage is in the favor of MIBH, and Shooter, he's just gonna add another body to the tally.
True Rippers, the plan was good, but it feels like it did not work in their favor. The flashes are on point. Techno, he got denied for everything, and now it all goes down to one last remaining player. Disrupt, 70 HP, 3 players right in front of it, all of them sneaking off together. Shooter finds one, that's going to be Disrupt done for. And with that, MIBH gets the best of that round. To start things off, they did try to go in and show some aggression towards the B side itself. The rotation was called off towards the A. They made a lot of noise towards the A, and that's where MIBH did plan on to rotating. But everything just faltered down, because when they went in towards the B side itself, they were sneaky, they were slow and steady. They went in to check each and every corner, but that did not work in their favor. There were trades happening, but that were in the favors of MIBH and not True Rippers. Everything seemed to be falling apart, and that's where True Rippers lost that round. It would have been their round, but again, MIBH, advantage coming up for them. Bulldogs, Guardians, Spectres invested onto initial information present out there. But there's a stack. There are 3 players who are trying to get a bit aggressive, slowly and steadily. True Rippers, what is the decision like? They'll be going behind. They know this can be so vulnerable, and it just can be a bloodbath. They are onto RU. Finds one onto Venka. And that's a crispy Sheriff shot coming up.
Here.
Yeah, that is a must-have for their team. The members of MIBH, they need these miracles to work out. And RBK with this Bulldog should be the main thing that they're hoping to take them over the finish line as Vivor. He comes on back. Gets a double kill for his team. They have the opening here. It's True Rippers. They're waiting for another fight of their own. The angles are good as Disrupt, very low on HP. Doesn't really have enough to take this fight against RBK. But maybe a straight Sheriff bullet is going to be the thing that they require. Disrupt. The aim is good, but now he has too many angles to check. Too many fights to take. Shooter, good for him. Positions are fine, but Disrupt, he's not giving anything away for free. With this low HP, he wants to go in for a duel and maybe take another body with him. But that's just not going to happen. 68 as MIBH. They hold down the line. They get the 2 rounds, but it's decently expensive. But I wouldn't say it was a very successful round for the attackers overall, because the spike plant didn't go down.
Yeah. Definitely that was the case. True Rippers 6-8 is what the scoreline looks like. Start things off, MIBH once again They got a good round, but right now look at those two sheriffs being invested onto. Two player loss in the previous round itself will be, getting them into investing onto those sheriffs, but the initial information is what they rely on. To True Rippers on the other side, they want to have the mid control for themselves. It's completely about the mid control right now. Look, there's no player outside A, outside B whatsoever. Every single of them is towards the mid itself. And this can be a bit dangerous. Slowly and steadily, yes, they are splitting apart, making their way towards the A side, but the harbor can actually change things from here. Only if it does not get taken down. Look at where the Phoenix is. Look at that positioning. It can be very difficult, but the plans have changed right now. Oh, once again, there's a lot of information that he has right now. And MIBH, what's the plan like? True Rippers right now, aggressive. It feels like they're taking it very slowly. They know it's a full buy, and they know how risky it is.
Especially with this full-on lurk up coming down through. It's gonna be a swing as the King. A little bit of a rough start for him, but he's still gonna be able to turn things around. This Byron working out beautifully for the members of True Rippers here. Two players very low on HP, so there's an opportunity for Vibor to maybe turn things around, equalize things out with the kill. Yes, he does find it. But for one, he's now looking for more. In towards the safe position, Vibor needs to just hold down the line for his team as soon as they come on back from the back. RBK misses the sheriff. And here is where things start to fall apart. It's all up to Vibor once again, the man of the hour. Pretty much the only one they can rely on in these clutch situations. Around the corner, too many players and too many targets for him to shoot. True Rippers, they're back in towards this game. They got the spike plant down. They did lose out on 2 members, but those were necessary sacrifices that was required to get this round. Overall, though, True Rippers, their economy is going to be looking fine. As MIBH, they will be able to go in for full buys. Don't forget that last round was a bonus for them, but that bonus really needed to get a lot more value.
Definitely, that's going to be the case for now. Slowly and steadily, we might just see one more equalizer. True Rippers. It completely depends on what the plan is like. Once again, initial aggression coming up. The showstopper is already online, but will get nothing. No information, no damage, nothing in return. For the first trade itself, that's going to be before he gets taken down. That's going to be Hell who finds him. On the other side, the site is completely under control. This time, True Rippers, they went in for sheer aggression. And now, it's going to be the run it back online as well. But amongst all that, Shooter, he has to depart, and the run it back won't get anything as Hellef will be denying it. 3 remaining players, MIBH. And I do see them towards the back itself, folks. Look at where he is. Look at his positioning. He's entirely towards the spawn. Hellef gets taken down. But for now, I guess going in for a save would be the best of the options for the sides of MIBH. The upcoming round is going to be an important one for them again. But DM King, as soon as he comes out, gets taken down. Are departs? Wenko is on a roll. A 3K is what he finds before getting taken down from Techno. A 1v2. MIBH, they will be going in for a save. They know time is not their best friend for now. And that's going to be the 8th one on board for the sides of True Rippers.
Not at all. As this round was just such a crucial one for them to find out here. Finally, they were able to get it. It's perfect for them overall. As we do see that the members of True Rippers, they did lose out on quite a lot of players though, so I do think that is where things are gonna start falling apart for them. For the MIBH, Vibor, he's going to take the spots. He's going to slow things down from here. He needs to try and talk it out with his team to just bring themselves back in towards this roundup. Because currently, from what we can tell, MIBH, they're losing a lot of control on their defensive side, and that's why they're really struggling here. They need to be a little bit more decisive with their control and maybe push out further in so that they can waste a lot of utility coming in from True Rippers. Because from what I've seen, True Rippers, they don't really invest a lot of utility to take those early levels of control because there's no one contesting them. As soon as someone breaks that Fate Horn, maybe the members of True Rippers are going to invest a little bit more utility to try and take that fight. But that is the kind of the problem of having Brimstone on your team because you're committing your smokes so heavily. Let's say if there was a harbor cascade instead towards that A side, A main entrance, then that could have been so much more different.
Yep. Completely agreeing. Definitely that would have changed things for them, but for now, what is important is gaining these rounds, because True Rippers, they've already brought it to an equalizer, and now they are again looking forward to take the lead. And if they are allowed to do that, it's going to be so difficult. RVK over and over again. Techno, as soon as he walks in that corner, he gets taken down, and that's going to be RVK. But the trade does comes up though. That's a good trade. And that's going to be very important as well. But the aggression is yet towards the A side. They are trying to make their way towards the A side itself. The rotation is being called off. Look at the Brimstone rotating towards the A itself. But still, they do anticipate some players maybe towards the mid or the B side. And that's the reason the hold is yet there. But the reckoning comes online. So in the case with Smoke, Wenko was trying to get a frag. But his pixels will be visible. And that's where everything seems to be into a problem.
For now, we are going to be witnessing True Rippers just completely hold down the lines for themselves here. Positions are looking pretty good here. Looking towards the top side. Disrupt. He has an angle to try and get this one down through. Vibor over towards the other side. He doesn't really expect the angle, and it's going to be Disrupt holding down the line for his team. Disrupt comes in clutch for this fight, and it's going to be RU to give him the backup. 5 HP at a dream for Disrupt. He survives this one through. It's good God, the members of True Rippers, they're cutting it a little bit close sometimes, but that's completely fine and dandy. But overall, again, the members of MIBH, they're not really answering. They need a lot more aggressive control. They're being forced down over into a corner where they are very uncomfortable. What is happening here?
Things are not looking good for them. Shooter right now has made a huge investment in terms of that operator coming online, but the returns, what would they be? No, that Maker, if he walks into this, it can be so difficult, but look at what is happening on the other side. Wenka to start things off. It's going to be hell for Departs, but the job is not yet done. It's going to be Nightfall that comes online. The location is being compromised onto. They are checking each and every corner, but they need to go inside the site as well. They need to take that site control. And the players of MIBH, they've been pushed out completely. I mean, look at their positioning aggressive, where they are right now. A is completely open for business, and there's still players holding B side.
Yep. But I think they're not going to be risking this retake just yet. They're expecting a rotation to come through, but the members of MIBH, again, it's very, how do you put it? They're not communicating what's really happening in towards the side, but maybe the communication is not that required just yet because God! Just look at the aim of this man! He's gonna be an absolute demon, uses the run and back, runs straight out, doesn't even take a single point of damage, I do believe. And it mows them down, a triple kill for Venka on top of the orbital strike. MIBH. Yeah, the perfect read there, and now Rabbit, he's gonna take the pause. He needs to take it and bring his team back in line. That last round was very costly. The members of True Rippers, they don't really have enough economy, I do believe. We're going to be looking at the scorecard right after this one. But good God, they need to make this round count. Because if they lose here, True Rippers, they are done for. Overall, their economy will not hold. And that will give the members of MIBH the double digits. And from the double digits, they will easily get the 11th round too. Because from what we have seen, the members of True Rippers, they're not that proficient when it comes down to their thrifties. There's a lot of factors, and this momentum break from Rabbit is pretty much crucial. Hopefully, he's going to be able to give a little bit of a read and a couple of insights to his teammates of what they really will need to do here, because they've been going in for A-side takes for so long that finally the members of MIBH, they got that perfect read. And of course, Venka with his raw mechanical skill, it's just beautiful to see.
Yeah. It definitely is beautiful to see. 9-all. One single round. Now, it just depends on who takes the lead here on. This is an equalizer, ladies and gentlemen, that we are talking about over and over again. Priorly, it was 6-all. But right now, it's 9-all. 3 rounds for both of these teams. But the job is not yet done. Shooter. Now, this can be pretty vulnerable. There's one player trying to come further. Even 1 pixel if you show to Shooter. He's going to shoot you down. And that's what he does. perfectly timed operator comes up, and that's where Shooter finds the very first of that frag, MIBH. Good start once again. Neural theft and from the shadows are available, but how will they be used? Shooter once again has the best of that angle, be forced behind. But you know what? He got his teammates covered. Hoax and Ripper. They are denying every single thing to Two Rippers. Look at it. Two remaining players. That's about it. Two Rippers is completely clueless. And the spike is inside the site itself. So it's just so difficult right now.
I want to know, why did they try to brute force their way through Amy
Yeah.
from a single choke point on a map that is almost impossible to break through a choke from? You either need to go in for a split, take mid control, then opt to go in for fights. They did none of that. True Rippers, what was the plan in this round? You just had a pause. I expected you to try and maybe have a little bit more of a game plan to work out.
One enemy
But
remaining.
they had nothing. Venka gets another kill over on the RU. Fights to be expected, and now DM King all by his lonesome. Flashes are gonna come through. RPK right around the corner. DM King good for a kill, but he's not gonna get anything more than that. 9 to 10 as MIBH. They get this round for free because the members are True Rippers. The game plan was just non-existent.
I need this.
They seem to be so uncomfortable with what they did in the previous round itself. They were so uncomfortable. Every single player is trying to go inside from one single entry, and not the best of the strategy that we can talk about. But okay, for now, Two Rippers, once again, the economy is into a lot of problems. Guardians, Sheriffs is what we are talking about. And as you said, aggressive. Haven't seen them converting that greatly on a Thrifty, so... Shooter once again at Maker.
Timing.
Oh well, come on. That was a shooter skill, but Venka on the other side finds that Maker. Even if he would have denied one, the other would have definitely found him. Vibhor, yes, there's a trade happening from a classic itself. But the site is completely under the control for Two Rippers, and they'll be comfortably going in for a plant.
Spike planted.
Another fight here, Venka. He's over towards the other angle, trying to break the cove. A shooter has the operator ready and trained. He's looking for a fight, not going to be able to get it just yet. Aryu's going to be able to take him down. It's a 2v2 already. The curveball comes through, and Venka, the aim on this man is working out wonders. Flash comes in, but Hoax, he's just ready for it. He wasn't holding down the angle like that one, Aryu. And the play that he was trying to go for just completely fell through. 9-11 as the members of MIBH, they do have the lead now. Looking for one more round to send us over on the match point. As True Rippers, the answer is given here already. It's either you go big or go home on this round.
Yeah.
Because if they lose, they will have no more economy to even mount a comeback from this moment forward.
This round is going to decide the fate of True Rippers. Again, two of the ultimates ready to invest onto, but the point is, the players aren't alive for that long for them to invest onto those ultimates. Once again, Shooter! Ow, he got revealed out there, coming up from the fade. There was a lot of information, and that's where Shooter will be denied for everything. That's an important frag at the same time. And the neural theft will be invested onto this, so the location gets compromised, and now it's going to be all about the execution. From the shadows comes up, that's going to be towards the A side directly, but the backstab, two players behind him, three right in front, not really sure on what is happening, but the spam is going to give away a lot of positioning, a lot of angles, and it's going to be very difficult.
One enemy
Techno
remaining.
and Disrupt, they're just tearing up a heat for this one. Trippers, they finally have the answer, and seems to be the B side is where they are really headed. It's Venka once again coming alive. This man, way above his years when it comes down to his mechanical prowess. The amount of practice that he had to put into for something like this has all of his utility to try and mount this clutch, but it looks to be close to impossible. Walking on straight back, he knows which angles he needs to fight into for his curveballs to have that optimum strength, but no one's really giving him anything. They're showing respect towards this Phoenix, and that is really optimal. The members of True Rippers, they're gonna wait for the spike to get tapped, and then they will swing in together. Techno around the corner. He's gonna be the living bait for this one, as Techno, a white swing coming out from him, and that's gonna be more than enough. 10-11 as members of True Rippers, they are staying alive for these engagements. One more opportunity and one more chance. The members of MIBH either put a stop to the members of True Rippers right here, otherwise the momentum is going to be going straight out of their hands.
The hopes are still high. True Rippers, they haven't given up yet. They are still fighting and they still want to get this win for themselves. One step away from an 11-all equalizer. In the previous round itself, Shooter wanted to be the aggressive one out there. And you know, he got denied for it. That's where everything went wrong for MIBH. But right now, again, this is a very important round. True Rippers, they need to take it very, very slow. Even a small mistake can turn out to be the biggest problem. But right now, towards the B side is where the execution seems to be. One towards the mid, one towards the A as well. But the side execution is what is on stake right now. They can actually go in and get the B side for themselves though, but it all depends upon what their strategy is like. Maybe a rotation being called off and they wanted to fake it. It completely depends on what they are planning to towards the mid as well. Players of MIBH, they are trying to gain a lot of information, but Shooter, he's the aggressive one out there. The showstopper comes up, finds nothing. Both of the Nightfalls invested onto. The Fades out there doing a great job, and it's a 5v5 retake that we are talking about aggressive.
The position of Argue. He's in such a good angle. The man's just going to be able to walk out and get a kill over on the Shooter. They don't have an answer anymore. Hope still comes alive for this one. And wait a minute, the round gets turned on its head. It's a 2 versus 1. Helef, last player alive, needs to know the exact position. Good for the first kill, and now it's all up to RBK. Helef, he knows how to play this one. 7 bullets in a dream, and it's going to be Helef to turn it around on its head. A clutch comes in for this man, and they had no idea where this harbor was. And RBK is looking at a completely different angle. A beautifully well-played round coming in from the members of True Rippers, but good God, was this a little bit too close.
Yeah, it was risky at the same time. I mean, Helef for 1v2 was something that was there right in straight of his face, but 11-all. Do you anticipate an overtime coming up? I mean, not jinxing it for all of you out there, but more or less it seems like. For now, MIBH once again, they are trying to get there. They are trying to take it to the match point, but the first team to get it to the match point will have a lot of confidence, a lot of momentum with themselves. Again, you see a heavy presence coming up towards the mid. A lot of players out there, and the Fade left all alone solely towards the B side. There might have been a contact coming up, but the smokes are going to deny a lot of visions. And on the other side, look at the race. Look at Disrupt. Look at his positioning. RVK, this can be so difficult. And RVK goes down. Helef finds the very first one. True Rippers gain the numbers for themselves. Slowly and steady Shooter. The best of that position he has, but TM King shuts him down as well. And now the hopes of True Rippers getting the match point for themselves is pretty high.
Water rising.
Just falling apart. The members of MIBH, they had a really good read on their opponents, and now they're just not able to win out on those duels. It became stagnant. And because of it, the members of MIBH, they're gonna opt for a save. They cannot risk this.
Yeah.
Losing out on their buys is gonna be a pretty big hit, as Venka, he's looking to maybe play a little bit more aggressive and catch out a couple of the players rotating out on towards the back. Venka has the angle, but DM King so much quicker on the trigger. The crosshair placement working out for him as Venka gets sat down. It's DM looking for a couple of more players to maybe go in for a first troubles. He has enough utility to make things work. Swings out, and it's gonna be Techno who shuts down Vibor too. That's a lot of investments now going on down the drain. And the buys are not looking that good for the members of MIBH.
Shooter has nothing but a judge to play around with. This is so difficult. MIBH, they brought it so far, but economically, it's looking so sad for them right now. True Rippers, one last round. Slightest of mistake in this round can cause them and take them to an overtime itself. But Shooter, he does have to play strong to play around where this location does get compromised. A lot of spam coming up on the same side. Paranoia will definitely be there, but the very first frag, it's going to be so important. The first player who falters down, it's going to be so important. Shooter is being the aggressive one out there. He wants to go in and take those frags for himself, but Disrupt. Okay, the information is relied on to. They know there's a player But this drop, not the best of the decision. He goes further, finds one. Yes, that's going to be
Shooter.
Techno. Done for Shooter. The Blade Storm does hit perfectly. And he has all 5 knives back for himself. True Rippers have lost their numbers. And this is not a great sign. On the other side, they still have the neural theft to walk around with. But RVK, the positioning, come on. Not the best of the weaponry. RVK gets taken down.
I have retrieved the spot.
4v4, what do you think,
Perfect.
aggressive?
No, this is even better. DM, he has
Yeah.
the neural theft ready.
I
He's
know
gonna run out and he's
exactly
gonna be able to get this one through. Angle is good. That's DM King! What was this movement and what was that flick? I wish I saw it from his perspective. Benka had no idea what hit him there.
One enemy
DM,
remaining.
the spray control on this man. There's a reason why he used to call him the best team in India and he still has it under his name. That's True Rippers. Good God, what a comeback all the way from the top rope. 13-11 to finish off
Yeah.
this map. I did not think this would go this far. At least not in the favor of True Rippers.
Yeah. You have to give it to Deathmaker. You know, you have to give it to that man. That movement, there was something different. You know, left, right, left, right. That was something different. And that did work out for the entirety of the sides of True Rippers. There was such an amazing match coming up. Today's day, as we said, is going to be lined up with so amazing and phenomenal matches. And we just have witnessed 2 of them. The first one, yes, for the sides of Team Sarafa, that was not that great of a match to play on to. 13-4, 13-5 was what the scoreline was like. But coming down to the second match for the day, it's a 13-11 scoreline. Shooter, to start things off, he did his job. He found the very first frag. And he would have found the second one as well. But nevertheless, he found the first important frag for himself. And the fade was done for. But the way that Maker converted those 2 frags at the moment out there, it was just bodies piling up after that. And, you know, the sides of True Rippers, they got the victory, 13-11. But what a match there was. I mean, amazingly played, amazingly played. Have to give it to True Rippers right now.
Yeah, they know how to play this one through beautifully. The strategy was present. They were able to capitalize on the mistakes being made by the members of MIBH, and there were so many different gaps as well all across the map. I didn't know why the members of MIBH just chose to be so reactive. They needed to take a lot more aggressive control, maybe try to force a little bit of an advantage towards mid, maybe go towards the side of A main. They had a lot to give here and a lot to take away from the members of True Rippers, but they chose to do none of that. An early aggressive A main smoke or maybe a little bit more of a mid control smoke could have just given them that edge, allowed them to push out. They had that Phoenix and they were not really utilizing him to its fullest potential when it came down to the defensive side. On the attack, Bento was an absolute beast, but on defense, he just became a retake machine. It's either you retake with him or he doesn't really do anything. The aim was there. Like, don't get me wrong, the members of MIBH just were mechanically talented and gifted. Each and every one of them were going toe-to-toe with all of the members of True Rippers. But that's where the comparison just ended, because with the overarching strategy, as soon as True Rippers started to invest a lot more utility, they started to think through with their processes and of course create strategies around those double peaks and how they want to take those duels, things just became completely different. And at the very end, it was just DM out aiming his opposition.
Yeah.
There's no other way to put it, because DM had no business getting 3 kills there. First kill is fine.
Yeah.
RBK just was not ready for DM to swing out like that. DM just walked in, flicked, and got the shot. And then the last 2 came out of spawn. Venka, and I do believe that it was Venka and the Omen. Venka and Vibor. They both came out of that smoke, and none of us expected DM to kill both. It was
The
just
moment, right?
incredible.
The movement that he had right there, not just the one, but the second player as well. The instant shot connection coming up, the aim shift as well. That was great. I mean, that was a treat to my eye to witness, to be very honest. There was an amazing shot, a 3K for that Maker, and then it just completely went down for the players of MIBH. Things did not work in their favor. I did expect an overtime coming up, to be very honest. I did anticipate it to be an overtime, but nevertheless, Venka has been a phenomenal one. 271 of an ACS to maintain 4 first kills and a total of 24 kills with 18 deaths onto his name. No assist whatsoever.
This is gonna be a really interesting one to see through. You can see that Ben got 24 kills on this guy, 24 to 18, but he had a lot of impact throughout this
Yeah.
entire game. And you can see that Shooter not really having the best of games here. The guy was having a pretty rough time, 16 to 17. Didn't really get enough resources, I do believe, from his team to perform at its highest caliber. And that's the thing with Jet. Jet's performances can fluctuate quite heavily from time to time because of the nature of this character. Especially after these recent nerfs, unless your teammates are investing a good amount of utility, you're able to communicate it through what you really want to do. You're not going to get that much value. But Benka, he was given almost nothing in a lot of instances, and he was able to pull off miracles, man. That's how strong Phoenix is. Self-sufficient if you're able to play it through. It's just something different. Disrupt, though, on the other side, came alive, but I do believe that the hero of this entire show for True Rippers at least has to be Deathmaker. The amount of early frags that he got for his team was just phenomenal. DM walked into sites, he opened up pretty much everything. The members of True Rippers really didn't spend a lot of time going in for a lot of hard-hitting executions, but they relied on Deathmaker to just work his way in towards the side, maybe catch out RVK, shut him down, and allow their team to just easily take over a side. And I do believe that moving on down the line, RVK really needs to just focus on the angles that he's trying to hold, because you could see in some situations RVK just lost focus, and that allowed their opposition to just trample over them very easily.
Yeah, definitely that was the case. More or less, 2 maps done for the day. Interesting matchups coming up. Today's day is, we've been talking about it, right? Aggressive, right in the start itself. It's a long day today. We have so much lined up, 6 maps to be played for all of these teams, and it's going to decide on who has the advantage, because all these 12 teams have made it till here. The 8 invited and the 4 qualified ones, they have had an amazing journey. I mean, the invited ones, yes, it's the start of their journey, but the ones who have qualified, they've had an amazing journey till now. But right now, it's just getting so intense and difficult for them at the same time, because going up against such big names, such big players, they need to re-strategize, they need to think, they need to calm themselves down, and there's a lot that comes along. But for now, it's time for us to go towards a short break, because third map is what is awaited on. So do not go anywhere, stay tuned, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
give up now, yeah, you gotta climb. But we give it your all until the end of time. Stay down, I run this town, ain't backing down, we going in rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time.
Two games down and four more to go. As welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lenovo and Intel presents TEC Challenger Series official VCT Off Season 2023. Our gaming monitor partners are, of course, ViewSound. It's going to be your boy Aggressive here with Darshila to bring you all of this action once again as we're going to be diving into the nitty gritty for game number 3. A lot of Valorant action still to be had, and 3 more matches right after this. It's gonna be a long one, but I'm really excited for this one. And of course, I have the lovely Darshila with me to bring you all of this action. So overall, though, I do think that this particular match will carry a lot of weight because it's gonna be for the first time after a really long time that a Bangladeshi team has now made it onto the scene. It's gonna be Aster Army going up against the members of MLT Esports. I can tell you anything about this roster because I've seen these guys play together since almost 2021. I've known these players personally for that long from the members of MLT. And Aster Army, they have incredible players, and we know for a fact that their squad is just on a different level. But how will they cope up against this particular roster of MLT, though, is going to be the big ask.
Well, it all goes down to us witnessing the map of Bind. This is interesting. 3 different maps to start off today. Split, we had Split as the first one, then we went down to Sunset, and now it's time that we head towards the map of Pine itself. Now I'm expecting Lotus, Haven, Breeze, Ascent to be the either maps for the upcoming 3 matches itself, because I really want this day to be a different day, because every single time if we are seeing the same matches being played again and again, it kind of gets us it kind of gets on our nerves. But right now, map of Bind is what we are going to witness again when it goes down to the Asian composition. The basic one that I can expect is the Sova, which is going to be an important ask, but alongside that, it's going to be Viper. Well, that's going to be a Raze, again, important one. But Sova, is that invested onto, because that's going to be important alongside Cypher and Sky.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because don't forget that this MLT Esports roster has a lot of mixed players. You have players coming in from Pakistan, one player I do believe from India as well. So there's a lot of people here that have now mixed and matched here in towards this matchup. And Judgment being that Raze, I'm really hoping to see what he's going to be bringing on down to the table. But from the members of Aster Army, they have players that can easily just dominate the scene. You have players like Levi, Doxer, Kohli, Kishi, who have proven themselves over and over again to be contenders when it comes down to this regional stage.
Yeah.
And for them, this should be another day in the office, but maybe the members of MLT, they can bring something so different that Aster Army, they're not going to be prepared for it.
I do see Rio here, and I feel that's DC Rules who's been missing out here.
Choose your agent.
I'm not really sure, but well, okay, completely all right. On the other side, all of these players, we have Judgment, we have Arrogant, we have Trick. The composition seems to be interesting. Viper and, Raze are 2 important agents. Every single time you are witnessing the map of Pine itself, we are going to witness Raze coming up. That's the duelist that you can rely on. To the double duelist composition, yep, we did see it coming from the sides of MLT, if I'm not wrong. But again, it now depends on what plays these teams do make for themselves. As you said, both of them do have a history to maintain. I'm expecting a close matchup over and over again in today's day. But what's your take like for the first half again? The same question that I have for you.
I'm expecting 8-4 scoreline favoring the members of Aster Army because they have proven
Okay.
themselves on this stage. But for MLT, they have yet to showcase what they're really capable of. I know what they're capable of personally when you look at the Bangladeshi leagues, when it's MLT just playing by themselves, when it was just a pure Bangladeshi roster. But here they have mixed players, don't forget, with players such as Trans, who's bringing in a lot of experience from Pakistan, Trick as well, also another huge contender coming in from that region. There's so much that they can give to this roster, the level of experience that
Yeah.
they have under their belt, and that raw firepower should bring them over that edge. But then again, we're looking at a double duelist composition on the side of MLT. So overall, this double duelist composition, in my head, at least on paper, doesn't really look as strong as what the members of Aster Army are bringing on down to the table. But you never really know, do you?
Yeah, definitely. Not really sure. Having multiple thoughts, double thoughts on what can be the case when now the coaches are here and so are the players. You guys are quite excited to witness the map coming up and not us casters again and again. I completely understand, but we'll be soon heading into the match itself and we are going to experience an amazing play coming up. Now, whenever it goes down to the map of Bind itself, it does differentiate from the other maps out there. The teleporter is something that is a point of differentiate that we can, talk about when it goes to the map of Pine. I remember one of my friend casters calling this as a map of dust. I remember, I know you know him too as well, who this may be, but yeah, this is him calling him as a map of dust is what it's like. So let's see on whose favor this works out to be. Will it be close or no? Because it's all down to the momentum, the aim duels as well, the team play, the team coordination, everything is gonna matter here.
True story. It all really comes down to whichever team is more consistent, whoever has the deeper strat book. And in my personal opinion, it has to be the members of Aster Army. Again, experience matters a lot, but then
Yeah,
again, on the opposite end, you have a player such as Trans, who really has been making strides here over on the Pakistani scene, and now that he's helping out the Bangladeshi scene as well to grow, he's gonna have strategies that really will be the make it or break it for the squad overall. I'm just going to give the members of MLT a very fair opportunity to showcase what they can do here. Because don't forget,
yeah,
in this round robin format, they have a lot of chances. Bunch of games to be played, a lot of experience to be gained as well, and a lot of things that they can improve on. But as the members of MLT have already lost out on game number one, they need to bring something more when it comes to this particular matchup because they want to get themselves on that board. Having two losses basically makes it very difficult for you to head on down over to the top four, especially when you know that a team like Orangutan already has two wins under their belt. And it's very difficult to try and beat a team of that caliber. Very few can do it, and True Rippers, they could just be one of them, or even MIBH, because from what we have seen from that roster, they have a lot of
yeah.
talent and they have things that a lot of other teams don't. So this group is very difficult, and I wouldn't blame the members of
Yeah,
MLT if they are a little bit afraid of it.
that's going to be pretty obvious. Talking about MIBHP now, it was a close match, right? When they went up against the sides of True Rippers itself, we did expect it for True Rippers to come up on the top, looking at the experience all of these players had and the amount of time that they've been sticking together. But again, MIBH just came out as a surprising factor for me. The way they've performed, the way they were able to pull off the rounds, they were impossible. They were looking good. Venka on the other side with the 4Ks and almost an ace. Twice, I feel. Twice the map we've missed an ace. But okay, it's completely alright. It was all about the, gameplays as well. It all went down to the teammates getting the last frag, and the ace was definitely denied. But again, yep, MIBH is one team to look out for, and definitely all the players, after losing it against the sides of True Rippers, I feel they are going to go in and re-strategize, replan, and the next time that we see MIBH, I can actually anticipate them being very, very strong. On the sides of OG, yes, OG is one of a team to look out for. Every single time you go up against OG, you have to give it your all. You have to do something out of your box, out of your comfort level to take them down, to get them into difficulties. But right now, it's high time that we get going with the day 2 of group stages, as this is going to be the third map for the day, ladies and gentlemen. MLT Esports going up against the sides of Aster Army in the map of Bind, where Aster Army starts off things on the attacking side and we have MLT on the defense.
They'll be starting over the defensive side, will allow them to feel out this game a little bit more here. As for now, Aster Army, they are going to be running very similar compositions from either end of this, but for now, it's going to be a little bit of an answer. Levi over towards the back end. They're not really aggressing as much. The opposite side of the Viper wall, not really being clear just yet as Judgment. Kind of messing it up a little bit there, but Trick comes in clutch. Doxer immediately taking a back seat in the very start of the round. That's going to open up the flank entirely. Aster Army, what's their answer here?
Oh, well, the answer might be taking down Arrogant, but no! It's going to be Arrogant to find Kishi. Kohli and Levi team up to convert to and get it back to a 3-all scoreline. That's not enough. For now, the spike is planted and they are getting very aggressive towards elbow. Look at that. Kohli this time not so perfect timing, and Kohli! He goes down. Levi with a 3k onto his name. He is the last. There's going to be Trick was the last one to survive. Levi is running for his life, but Levi is down to 22 of his health. Manages to find a 4k in this round. And that's going to be Aster Army with the very first one. The fact that MLT Esports got the opening, got the very first shot on Trick. It all went into way in Aster Army with a 4k and the very first round.
Yeah, that just shows how good Levi is. This man, especially on the map of Bind, it feels as though he knows all of these angles and the headshot hide by heart. He just does not miss. Focus is the middle name for this player. For MLT, a pretty rough start for them, but we still do have an answer. Fight's coming through. It's Arrogant. Over towards the back, he wants to maybe find that first initial line of contact. Already given over towards the corner and he's to find this right click kill, but he's not going to be able to get much done. Franz gets shut down. Jewel's not going to be able to do much here. Trick once again with the Sheriff does find an answer. And now it's all up to these two duelists from MLT to maybe pull something off.
The guiding light comes in. Doxer's position. Come on. Judge did not anticipate Doxer to be right behind his back. Judgment gets taken down and now it all goes down to one last remaining player. Trick has been able to hit those Sheriff shots way too precise. But will he be able to do it once more? He found one, try to take down one more, but no, this time Trick will be denied and it's going to be a team ace. Every single player will be able to convert one kill for themselves. But on the other side, MLT, it's Trick for 2 consecutive rounds. I mean, in the very first round itself, Trick was able to get that one Sheriff shot. In the second as well, he did the same. So, Trick and a Sheriff is something the players of Aster Army need to be a bit careful about. On the other side, look at Levi. 5 kills to start things off. Being on that Viper. I mean, come on, this is quite interesting. A lot of exchange of maybe the spike, the weapons. But a full buy round for the sides of MLT Esports. A execution is what they might be looking forward to, but the Cypher towards the B will be able to find Judgment. Just about to say that Doxer, he opens up and MLT has lost their numbers again.
Just so many of these early hits just not working out in their favor. Aster Army, so much control being given towards them. She over towards the back, not really finding a nade that he was hoping to get there, but he still has the satchel movement to make this one happen. Good God, poor old Trick didn't even know what hit him there. Aster Army, they have full control of the A side, and now they're just chilling inside. They don't have to push, they don't have to do anything, because the members of MLT, they need to be the ones to give an answer here.
It's looking difficult. MLT Esports. I mean, look at Kohli. Come on, he has a shorty. And he's just waiting for someone to walk in. As soon as someone crosses that smoke, it's going to be done for. Both of these players, they've decided to go in for a save maybe. They know how important that round was that they lost on to Aster Army. Will that be a flawless is yet the question. Exit cracks, will they be able to find
enemy
one?
remaining.
But that's going to be Trans who gets taken down, and now it all goes down to Arrogant being the last surviving player. I feel he's able to get one for himself. Yes, he is. But that's all he could do. The flawless is definitely being denied. But the full buy round coming up from the sides of MLT goes into the vein, and Aster Army gets the third of the round. Every single time you look at Livar, he's 1 kill up. Previous round it was 5, it's 6 right now. And Aster Army, a good start coming up for them.
Tear them down.
Now though, another opportunity for the members of MLT to maybe turn it around for themselves, but this eco round will be pretty tough. Heavy control towards showers, and I love this play coming in from the members of MLT. They know that portion of the map is pretty much the most crucial part for them to hold on to, but they don't really have the weapons to make this one work. Shuvo over towards the back. He wants to maybe go in for a little bit of a fight. The angle is not that good for him, as Rio really catches him off. Takes a good chunk of damage. Maybe we'll get a heal from his guy later on down the line, but Doxer, slow on the walk up. He's not going to be expecting a shotgun to be right in the corner.
Definitely won't expect that. Oh, that's going to be a judge. Doxer. I feel they are anticipating it already. And that's the reason they do not want to risk it. The cage comes up and both of them will be falling back. Well, you know, they're so lucky. If by any chance they would have walked inside hook out there, it would have been done for. MLT Esports right now, there's a lot of information that Aster Army has. Rio tries to walk in. Trick has the best of that position, but to start things off, Kishi finds one. Trans finds one onto Rio, but that's not enough because Kishi comes up with a 3K onto his name. And now it's all down to 2 remaining player judgment. And Arrogant, a 4K for Kishi. Might just be an ace coming up. Will that be the case? No, Kishi gets denied from judgment. The ace is denied, but not the 4th round as Aster Army gets the 4th one on board. MLT Esports, nothing for now. But once again, a full buy for them aggressive.
More opportunities for them to play into this one as MLT not really having any opportunities to even showcase what they're capable of. Aster Army, the way that they've been just pressurizing them over on these extremities, they don't really have any room to breathe here whatsoever. But for now, MLT, they seem to be taking a lot more aggressive control towards B-Long, which is a good idea overall, but they need to go in a little bit deeper and maybe take some early engagements, and having a 3-stack towards this A side doesn't really look that good. They wanted to go in for a little bit of a read, but it's just going to fall apart. Both players over towards the corner. The showstopper doesn't really connect. It doesn't even deal any damage. This is going to go from back to worse. It's going to be a trade coming in from either end, but Levi just capitalizes on top. They have control, and this 3 versus 4 retake already is going to be on a really bad start.
Not looking that great. Judgment thus finds one onto Doxer, but that's not yet done. Shuo converts one onto Levi as well, and now it is doable. MLT Esports, they can actually convert this round. Look at Judgment, look at his positioning. This can be so vulnerable. 2 players towards the elbow itself. There's no one towards City whatsoever. And now it's all about the players going take it down. No way! One last remaining player, 1v1. Trick versus Kohli. Trick is low, so is the case with Kohli, who comes up on top. That's going to be Trick as soon as he jumps out there, gets taken down from Kohli, and that's going to be one more round. The sides of MLT almost had it, almost, but they still were not able to cope up with the 1v1. Kohli and Rio, the way they took down 2 players, and then it was all about Kohli doubling it up, finding the last one, putting the last nail into the coffin, and it all went down to Aster Army and their 5th round. It's not looking good for MLT right now. All of these frags, it's not at all looking good. Aster Army, Seekers are online, so is the case with MLT, and on the other side, they do have the Blade Storm to work around with as well, Trick. But how will be the investments made is the question. Oh no. Oh no. Arrogant.
That spot here, Arrogant, he's not going to be risking this fight anymore. Immediately runs away. Knows that the race should never be alone towards the hookah sideline, but They gave away a lot of space, and for the members of Aster Army, they have everything they could have asked for. They have long control, they have hookah control, they have a little bit of short control because of the Viper smoke being present there. They have opportunities to pull something off, but Doxer, he doesn't want to take a risk. He's just gonna wait. Trance, good for the first initial kill. Kishi doesn't really find out much. And now Levi, he looks to equalize. As soon as that smoke fades, Levi's gonna be ready for this fight.
Spike down B.
There's going to be a lot happening in the map right now. Doctor's location gets compromised. Arrogant. He had a Spectre though. But Coley, he burns out Trick out there. Arrogant take it down, and now it's all about the execution. The Viper Spit comes online, and it's going to be so difficult. But
30
Levi,
seconds left.
his position is kind of very vulnerable. Judgment gets taken down, and now it all goes down to one last remaining player. The Viper comes out. Shivo, it's still doable. Look at where the last player is. The spike is planted, so that's going to be a moment of relief. He needs to wait in for the tap itself. But Kohli is already inside the side. The location gets compromised. Comes up, takes the third one onto his name, and takes down his opponent Brimstone. To get this round for his team, that's going to be Aster Army once again, ladies and gentlemen. Every single time MLT is trying to do something, they are getting denied for. And this time as well, it will be Kohli saving it for the sides of Aster Army. 6th one on board. Economically, it's not looking good. In terms of the overall scoreline, it's not looking good. MLT, they need to do something.
They need an answer quick, and I do think that they need to be a lot more aggressive. The way that they're playing reactively in towards the side is just not working. They need to push out a bit more, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. But Rio and Kishi, they're on a different league of their own. Fast take coming in from Judgment, not really working out for him. Of course, at the end of the day, it was Trick who was able to equalize a 1-for-1 trade, but not really a favorable one because both raises go down. And the thing is, the attack side raise, yeah, of course, it brings a lot of value, but only if you have map control on the other portion of the map.
Yeah.
And Levi and Kohli just casually walked up in towards us. This is bad. Yoshuvo just spot out one of the players, but with this immediate swing out over on one as Levi Hakuna Matata. It's okay.
I mean, what was he doing out there? The way he was just running through the side completely open. They just gave an opportunity to MLT to get this round for themselves. And MLT, if there's an opportunity standing right in front of their doors, why would they deny it? The very first one on board for the sides of Team MLT Esports. But Levi, what happened out there? Why was he jumping in the open areas to go to a complete different position? Not really sure, but for now the first round comes on board for the sides of MLT Esports. And now Trick instantly will be going in and investing onto an operator. Once again, huge investments being made, but they do have the ultimates to work around with as well. Seekers and the Showstopper can be the best of the combination. At the same time, they do have the Viper Spit as well, so this can actually work well for them. On the other side, for the post-plant scenario, Aster Army can actually go and take the side control, maybe plant the spike and work around with the orbital strikes for them. So if that's the plan, then there might be changes happening. But for now, a technical timeout that we are on to. I keep on saying it again and again, you know, that the wait will be worth it. And I feel it definitely is for now. Trick is doing a great job. So is the case with other players out there, but they are not able to get those rounds. That is the biggest problem. On the other side, a while ago when I did see the sides of Levi out there, he was with 6 kills and 0 deaths whatsoever. But right now he got 2 kills, 8 kills and 3 deaths as well. Seems to be interesting how things are changing. But again, MLT Esports, they at least need to end this on a 8-4. I do not expect a 7-5 here on, but maybe an 8-4 that we can talk about.
Yeah, that's a good opportunity for them. But overall, though, I do think that they need a little bit more time to just figure things out, because I do believe they're getting completely bamboozled by what the members of Aster Army are trying to pull off here. Levi, once again, has a very good lineup ready for this. And I do think this lineup lands straight up in front of... Wait, no, this goes all the way in towards the back end of this. That is such a good lineup, Levi. The setup's there, and they're probably going to think there's a hard hit coming towards B, but there's not. Everyone's shifting towards A instead. But Arrogant, holding down the line with that Viper spit could just be the thing that changes the game for them here.
A lot of spam to the smoke itself to find one player out there, but that gets denied. And now we might just see the change of plans. Look, the thing is, Viper's pit has been invested onto towards the teleporter itself, so this can be a bit vulnerable. But Levi Huron can actually take things slowly and steadily. They are trying to make their way inside the site itself, and there comes the orbital strike. The first frag rolls in the favors of Kohli. He finds him. The trade comes up, not a fair trade as Kishi gets taken away. And now everyone is inside the site. This is a lot messier. The Viper versus a Viper, and it's gonna be Arrogant who not just finds one but two. Trans finds one more onto Rio. One last player to clutch it out. That's gonna be Doctor. Finds one, but that's all he is good for. As Judgment comes up right on his face, takes him down with a judge, judging him out for what has happened in the previous round. MLT Esports gets the second one on board. This was quite a messy round coming up from the sides of Aster Army. I mean, not really sure on what the strategy was exactly like, but they had the Viper spit online. That was the sides of MLT Esports, and still they did aggress towards that site itself. Viper came out of the pit, not just converted one, but two. And that's where MLT lost their that's where Aster Army completely lost their numbers.
Yeah, MLT, they finally have gotten themselves back in towards this game, and Arrogant leading the charge for this one, 7-7 on scorecards with that Viper. For Aster Army, though, I do think they lost a little bit of focus there when they were taking their own fight. It gone really badly for them. Viper's, the snake bite is good. And the Trailblazer not finding a lot of early value. Kohli! He got murdered there. Strict accidentally went inside of the teleporter, so someone needs to open this up and maybe get a kill on towards him. But I don't think anyone's going to risk it. They know the operator's stuck inside of the teleporter, so they're just going to leave him there and maybe explore their options on the other side.
That's a lot of spam. That's a lot of spam coming up. Levi, he's been blessed right now. On the edge of getting taken down. But Aster Army, they've lost an important agent. You know, the smoker is done for. All they can rely on to right now is the Viper, but that's one single smoke that we're talking about. Tishi converts one, maybe a two. No, it's good for one. Judgment is going to take him down. The showstopper comes online, finds nothing. And now Aster Army, they are left completely clueless on what can be done. Huron, it is MLT Esports having the numbers advantage for themselves, but the rotation is being called off. They are trying to make their way towards the A site itself, but look at where Levi is, right
Nice
in
job,
front of
Levi.
the face. Yep, definitely. He finds him, shuts him down. The numbers have equalized. The site is under their control, but the spike is not yet planted though.
It's going to be such a good thing as Doxer. Catches out Arrogant though on the opposite end. A little bit slacking there when it came down to the angle clearance, and Levi in towards the deep end of spawn. There's an opportunity to go for a kill. That's good for the one, but he's not going to be good for the second. Judgment quick on the trigger. He's able to find the trade, but with only 36 HP, one stray bullet is more than enough to kill him here. He needs to try and pull off a miracle. Yeah, Doxer's right around the angle. Has the spam. He's going to spray it down through. 2-7 as Aster Army, they finally get another round back under their table. And with this, I think that the members of MLT, they are scratching their heads a little bit of what really went wrong in this round. And I do believe that that early loss of A control just completely broke them. They needed a good answer, but the Viper just casually walked into the A side for free. They need to try and hold down this A side as much as they possibly can, because these lurk ups coming in from the attackers are just completely running them down.
Yeah. MLT did have the number in the previous round. They had the numbers for themselves and it was looking good, but the tactical timeout, it says a lot. They need to re-strategize. They need to calm themselves down, because if Aster Army keeps on running away with rounds like this, it's going to be done for. 8-4 is the max that they need to close it on to. If it goes down to, a 9-3 as well, it's going to be very, very risky for MLT. Making a comeback from 9-3 is very difficult. Now for 8-4, you have the pistol on for yourself. You have an advantage once again. So slowly and steadily, you can get back to an equalizer, but not every single time that is going to work. 9-3, 10-2. It's very difficult from from the players. I mean, it's very difficult to expect from the players as well to make a comeback, but we've seen that comeback stories being written. For now, MLT Esports, they are not having that great of an buy. I see a shorty, 2 Guardians and 2 Sheriffs being invested onto. Well, not really sure, but for now, the initial information, yes, they do have it. That's the size of MLT Esports. B long is what is on target right now. And look at where MLT is. 3 players in Hookah itself. Oh no, Doxer. Doxer.
Oh no, Doxer.
1.
He's free.
Ultimate is ready.
He just casually gets a triple kill. He doesn't even care. This guy is an absolute cold-blooded killer. And now he's looking for more. Up for an ace, but he's very low on HP to make this one work. Knows both players are in towards the flank. Doxer, his POV is going to be very crucial here. He's right around the corner, and I don't think anyone's going to clear him. Doxer, good for 1. He's going to be good for the last 2, but someone steals a Rio. Just takes it away from him. Not going to give him the satisfaction and boost his ego, I do believe, but Doxer, he played this round so well. Aim was perfect on this man. The spray transfers were spot on.
He was down to 33 of his health. Come on, Rio. You would have let him take his ace, alright? You would have given him his ace. He just did such a great job out there. But he was denied for his ace. I do feel sad for Doxer right now. But, well, okay. Aster Army, they needed the round. They got it for themselves. MLT Esports. 2 important rounds coming up their way. But Levi, every single time, Judgment tries to take the first contact. He gets denied for, and Trick will be joining the same party. The double satchel comes in, and Kishi is right inside the side. But there's one player who's been stuck, Patrons. He's not really sure on what to do, where to go. And that's where he'll be taken down as well. This might just be a flawless rolling in for them.
Yeah, Kishi's just waiting this one through. Yeah, Zian go for it, Crosshair's trained. Everyone just wants to take this fight. Arrogant, good for a kill over towards the face of Cody, but that's pretty much it. They don't really have anything more to give here. Levi around the corner, good for the first. It's gonna be Doxer as Levi just finishes it off. 2-9 on the scorecards already as Aster Army. They're just cruising through the competition. And you can see the level of experience difference coming in from both of these teams. MLT, they just aren't able to take these fights optimally.
Yeah.
Can't even blame them.
That's gonna be true. MLT Esports still, they are trying to think on what can be done. Important round is gonna be the last round before we, you know, go in the upcoming second half itself. But once again, Judgment, he is ready with the judge out there. The showstopper comes in. The paint shell finds Kishi. Trick converts one onto Kohli. What is happening out there? The showstopper was online, but the paint shells were enough to take him down. That is gonna hurt him a lot. It's gonna haunt him a lot. But for now, MLT does have the numbers to work around with. Aster Army, 3 remaining players. What is the plan like? They do have the neural theft to invest onto, and they are trying to make their way towards the A side, but there's 2 players inside the A side as well. So going towards A, it's going to be vulnerable. So is the case with B. They need to go in, play for those frags, get those frags, and that's where they might just be able to convert it. But for now, neural theft gets invested onto a 4v3.
They know it's a 2-for-2 split here. So for Levi, he needs to find an opportunity to maybe walk up and get a kill for himself, but he kept both of those players inside of the side, and Rio missing out on this crucial kill. It's gonna hurt him. Over towards the back, it is gonna be Shupo who tried to survive this engagement, but he's not gonna be able to. Spike line should be going down soon enough with the Viper Spit now in towards the side. Doxer has an opportunity to just play the snow sneakily. The opportunity is presenting itself, but look over towards the back. Trance. So on the opposite side, the drop down stun doesn't really go through just yet, so they have no idea. Levi's gonna drop the Viper Spit and wait for them to walk into him. The timing is crucial for them. They need to swing out immediately right here and right now. The judge gets no value, and Levi, the raw mechanical skill on this man, it's just incredible.
Switching sides.
Each and every time you see Levi, he knows how to take these fights. He's so cool, calm, and collected. You can't rattle him with anything.
It definitely is the case. I feel bad for Kishi right straight away. The fact that he's been denied with the paint shell. But, you know, it all went down to a 4v2 situation. MLT, they had the numbers for themselves. They got denied onto every single thing. And this is a 10-2 half that we are talking about. Now, if Aster Army gets the pistol round, it's done for. MLT Esports, if they get the pistol round itself, they do have a huge mountain to climb because it's not done. The job is not yet done. You get the pistol, you get the advantage. It just will be a 4-10 half. Aster Army still be having an advantage of 6 rounds for themselves. So, MLT Esports, they need to be very calm and they need to get those rounds. Kishi, instant dash in comes up. The site has been divided. The Viper is going to help them do that. And for now, I feel the site is completely under their control. It's not looking that great for MLT. But Aster Army, what's going to be the plan? Oh no, they are trying to go in. The spike is planted and the backstab. Look at what is happening out there, aggressive. What?
Viva is just getting 3 kills for free. He's looking for a sports, not going to be able to get it. But Trans looking for an ace of his own. There's a chance he's going to be able to pull this one off. Take your time, Trans, because now this is your time to shine here. He has the opportunity to do so. And Trans, he comes in with the ace to keep it alive for his team. Beautiful round coming in from the sky. As MLT, they thank their lucky stars for that one because Trans, he's the one who will take them to the finish line here. 3-10 already as MLT. They're keeping things competitive, but question is for how long? That's just one round on the back of one player. They need to get, at the bare minimum, 7 more to equal things out. No mistakes can be made.
Yeah.
And if they do make those mistakes, it's going to hurt them quite a bit because as soon as the 11th gets on the board, you know that the pressure is going to hit harder than other people.
That's going to be the case for now, but Rio finds one Doxer. He needs to go behind alongside Kohli. A lot of difficulties for them. Does have a shorty to work around with. That's going to be Kohli. He's waiting for someone to walk into his crosshair. And if that happens, it's going to be so difficult. Judgment needs to be pretty careful. The smokes are lined up. The site is completely open and the spike is planted as well. Trick does have a Vandal to work around with, and that's going to help him a lot, but he needs to be careful right now. There's all clear right inside his face. The right side is what is need to be checked, and that's going to be Levi and Kohli. They managed to team up and double it for themselves. 2v2 is what the call looks like for now, but they need to take down Trick. The time is not their best friend. Levi finds one more. It's all down to one last player. One player needs to stick down the diffuser. The change in weaponry comes in. Levi finds the third one. Does he have enough amount of time to go in for that diffusal? Yes, he does. And that's going to be the 11th one on board. Aster Army. Trick had a Vandal invested onto. Everything went into vain for the sides of MLT Esports.
Oh my god, Levi. At the very end, that shot, Pika headshot was so unnecessary, but he still went for it. 21 kills for a Viper. That is a rare instance to see. But the way that he plays is just incredible. MLT.
Yeah.
Another fight for them as they've already given away so much, but Trans once more comes alive to take down Kishi. A very crucial kill for them to find out here. But they need to try and survive this. Trans with a swing catches out Doxer too. They need to stop this aggressive rush, but it seems as though nothing can stop Trans. He's just doubling his way towards the side. He doesn't even care about the volley that's coming through. Trick's gonna be on for the angle as they just doubly keep their way in. Forget about strategy because holding W seems to be the strength of MLT. They just went in, took duels, and they were able to win it. Trans, what was this play?
He's right on top of the leaderboards right now. 15 kills onto his name. And that says a lot. Arrogant right behind his back. He is trying to do almost everything that he can. But you know what? Slowly and steadily, if all these other players, step up, it can be so good. Right now, MLT Esports, they have been denied for a full buy coming up. Look at those Stingers and Sheriffs, Spectres being invested from their ends. It's not looking that great, but if even one single weaponry is retrieved, Aster Army can just do miracles out there. So, MLT, they need to be pretty careful. For now, on the attacking half, I would say MLT is looking good. The execution is what they are trying to go in towards Trick. What's the plan like? The Dasher needs to be on point, but Rio towards the elbows where you can see him. Doxer gets denied for. Levi does converts one, but that's all he could do. Because for now Rio gets taken down as well. Levi still holding that position, manages to convert one more onto Tricks.
Spike
Tall goes
planted.
down to Kohli being the last surviving player. A stinger is all he has to play around. The spike is planted and now it's all about the post plant. As soon as he comes out of the smoke, he's done for. Yeah, he is, definitely. The fifth one on board, MLT Esports. Slowly and steadily, aggressive. They are feeling themselves.
They're getting there, and this pace switch up for them was the biggest game changer as well. They tried to go in for a very control-based playstyle, but it just wasn't really working out for the members of MLT. But as soon as these fast rushes started to come through, Aster Army just were scrambling to try and maybe find a semblance of what they really want to do here. Overall,
Yeah.
this is going to work out for them. Could be another rush, but no, the members of MLT are opting for a default. I don't know how well this could work out in their favor, because as soon as they start playing a default, they start getting picked off one by one. And that is going to be the biggest problem for the members of MLT to try and overcome. No map control yet established by any of the members of MLT. But for Aster Army, they're not even trying to take any form of map control. They're just going to wait and allow MLT to come into them, which is smart, because when you have a very significant lead, it's better not to
Yeah.
take those early fights. Play reactive, because if they run into your stack by accident, that is your read and your site to take over.
Rio, important information. Yes, he does have. He's going to risk it a lot. More and more information is what he wants right now. The Viper all goes up, and now it's going to be a bit difficult to make their way towards the B. But that's all about the few seconds that we can talk, because once the wall goes down, as said, it might just be an execution. The paint shell dust comes in. So will the case with Satchel, and it's gonna be Doxer and his setup. That's gonna put Trick into a lot of problems. 3 players done for. There's one trade coming up in terms of Kishi and Rio as well. Still doable for the sides of MLT, but the rotations are being called off. The teleporter comes in, and now they are trying to make their way towards the A side. But Levi, he's already on his way towards the A
10
itself.
seconds left.
10 seconds on the clock. They need to go in for the plant. Trans will be sticking to the plant. A 2v3 retake. Aggressive. Oh no.
Opportunity for Levi, but look at Trans. So in deep. Holy, he needs to win this fight, and he's gonna be able to do so. Reaction time galore for this man. He's expecting that duel. It's Trans. He's not gonna be able to find out much. Arrogant over towards the back end of this. He needs to maybe win out on this fight against Kohli. It's so crucial. He gives it up the angle. No, Arrogant. The opportunity of a lifetime, and he just loses out on it. And well, he's not gonna reach. That corner is way too deep for it to go through. Halfway diffuse already done, and Arrogant, he doesn't have anything to give here.
Team A.
But they're just done and dusted. Aster Army more than enough for them to get this hold, and I do believe that the Cypher was disconnected as well. This was a 2v1 right at the very... sorry, they were playing a 4v5 for the longest time.
Yeah. It's not looking that great, Aster Army. Slowly and steadily, they are gaining those rounds for themselves. And they have brought them to the match point. But wait, 2 players? Doxer and Kishi. Well, Kishi is back. Doxer will soon be back as well. I did see a ping of what, 231? Come on, I cannot imagine playing on that ping whatsoever. But yeah, Aster Army for now. 2 important ultimates on... oh, 3 important ultimates for themselves. That's going to be the Viper's Pit, the Orbital Strike, and the Seekers to work around with. On the other side, it's going to be the Orbital Strike and Seekers. So, Aster Army, they can actually have one side completely under their control by investing onto the Viper, and can make the Viper play with one of the players on that side itself, 3 players towards the other. That can be the plan, but will that be the plan is the question, because on the other side they do have Doxer, and his setups have been amazing. We've seen that happening previously as well. In the previous round itself, Doxer with his setup was able to take down Trick, and that's where everything went wrong for MLT. So Aster Army, more or less, this can be their round coming up until and unless MLT with Seekers and Orbital Strike is able to do something.
We'll have to see how the utility is now being utilized by the members of Aster Army, because their defensive side has a lot of strong and potent utility to make this one work. And I'm expecting Levi to just put this all towards Showers and just hold down that line, because
if they're able to keep shower controls present very early on, they're gonna be in a world of hurt. Or he could just opt for the much more default play and just place his ultimate shorts and just sit inside of it and make the members of MLT either invest the Seekers or maybe the Orbital Strike to force him out of it. There's a lot of different options that MLT could go for here, and it all depends on how well Aster Army are gonna be able to set up their own ultimates. They have a lot of reactions that they can give for, and I do believe that Acer Army, for now, at least on paper, with all of the utility that they have and the amount of ultimates that are going to soon come online, this is where they should be able to finish off this game. Either
Yeah.
they take this one for themselves and they're able to just go for a 5-13 scoreline, or if they do lose here, it may just snowball out of control where they lose like 2 or 3 rounds after this, giving the members of MLT some momentum to maybe turn everything on its head.
More or less, yes, that can be the case. It depends now. It completely depends on, what is going to happen in this round itself. Because coming down to the technical timeout as well, this can be a break or make of in momentum. Make for the sides of MLT, break for the sides of Aster Army. You never know. In the second half itself, MLT has been able to get those rounds. I mean, the first half, if I talk about it, we ended it on a 10-2 note. 2 rounds that the sides of MLT got for themselves, and that's about it. 10 consecutive rounds for Aster Army, and they were looking phenomenal on the attacking side. On the defensive side itself, I feel MLT is able to get those rounds, but again, it all comes down to the conversation that MLT has a double duelist composition to work around with, as compared to the sides of Aster Army. Aster Army did not have the double duelist composition. Still, they were able to get 10 rounds in the attacking half itself. They were so aggressive. The aim duels were working great for them. So Aster Army, yes, that's a great lot of momentum that they have, but they need to be really, really careful.
Yeah, and another thing is that when you have a double duelist composition, you need to play a lot more aggressive. Your reactive plays are just
Yeah.
not going to work. Take map control, take early fights, take duels, and just get a man advantage in your favor, or just straight out your oppositions and take out key important figures for your opponents. None of that was happening for the members of MLT, but here, when they're on the attacking side, the duelists just have a lot more to do. They can utilize the utility, take easier entry, the raise, satchels in, the raise, then the jet will dash through to just help out the raise. There's so much utility synergy that is being showcased by the members of MLT on these fast execution heavy rushes, and that's why double dealers is such a strong pickup for the map of Vine. And we see teams like Paper Eggs do it all the time because of that very reason. The duelists are just able to play off of each other beautifully, and of course, they are able to showcase their raw mechanical skill to the fullest. But another really big thing that we kind of forget about as players is how execution heavy Vine can be. Yeah, with the double
Yeah.
controller setup, it's no longer about the executes anymore. You want to play slow, you want to take some time to just, you know, pick and prod your way in towards the side, go in for slow lyrics. But raw execution is something that a lot of teams have shifted away from, but MLT, they're embracing it wholeheartedly. And I love seeing that.
Yeah, it's gonna be that's the thing. That's the thing, definitely. But once again, it all goes down to the fact that they need this map for themselves. If they want to go up in the leaderboard itself, the previous match has not been that great for them. So coming down to the fact, it's important for them to have this map for themselves, at least a one all equalizer in terms of the scoreboard as well, to be maintained. Because we talked about it, right? Didn't we? Every single team that is having the matches right now are in the round robin format. We don't say that it's a do or die situation, but we just meant it in the terms that it is a best of one. For this specific match, you're not going to have any other chances, but when it comes down to the overall standing, there are going to be n number of matches being played from all of these teams. And let me remind you guys, it's just about the top 4 teams who are going to make it to the playoffs. No matter, how you have played, whether you have been qualified, whether you are invited, does not matter at that point of time. Because if you are in the top 4 itself, you are going to make it to the playoffs. And also, one more advantage I would say about making it to the playoffs will be the prize pool. I mean, yeah, it's not just about the first and the second, not just the champions and the runner-ups, but it's about the third and the fourth place that we got covered, right?
Yeah, that is for certain. 1 lakh for the fourth place position. So if you get yourself into that top 4, you're guaranteed some money. And not
Yeah.
just any money, you're guaranteed 1 lakh. You split it
1 lakh.
amongst your
Yep.
members. That's still a lot of cash to gain overall for each and every one of these teams. So I'm hoping to see something a lot more incredible coming in from the rosters here. MLT, they're an up and coming team. They need some experience in here at the Esports Club. When we give opportunities to our players, such as these online qualifiers, a lot of teams show up, but only the ones that have the talent and the mettle to go the distance are the ones who stay. Hopefully, MLT will be one of them here. We are going to be waiting for just a little while longer, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
because it's taking a little bit of time before we can build everything up. Because again, one of the players is disconnect. Aster is having a little bit of a technical difficulty. He's not able to get his way in just yet. We're gonna talk to our producer later and see what he has to say about that. But for now, I think I'm really happy with the progress that MLT are making. But I
Mm-hmm.
do believe this could just be the last round, because with Aster Army
Yeah.
having 3 ultimates online and 3 very big minds you, that they can use to just counteract anything that MLT could be bringing on down to the table. It's all down to the utility usage. So Aster Army, they have my vote, but maybe MLT, they could surprise us with a strategy that we don't really know because of this pause coming in.
Yep, MLT right now has enough amount of time to actually go in and plan on how can they stop the sides of Aster Army onto winning this map. They can actually stop them. I mean, these players, they do have the potential to find those frags, find those strategies, go in for those duels. They are looking good, but when it comes down to Aster Army and the gameplay, the strategies, they are on point. It seems like Aster Army right now is pretty confident, and the homework was done right from their end. They fear nothing for now. They'll be going inside the site. In the first half itself, we talk about it aggressive. You've seen them just going towards the site directly. Now when it comes down to MLT having a double duelist composition that we talked about, it can actually work in their favor. I mean, imagine towards the site itself, the paint shell goes, blocks off one corner, the satchel blocks the other, satchel comes up, the Raze is able to make the space. So is the case with Dash, right? The Jet Dash as well. So these movement agents can actually help them a lot. They can actually get the enemies into a lot of problems, and that's where MLT will be able to capitalize onto the rounds. But right now, we are awaited onto one of the players getting back into the game. So we'll be taking a quick short break straight away. Not more time this time, but we'll be seeing you guys very soon. Until then, stay tuned.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lenovo and Intel Presents TEC Challenger Series official VCT Off Season 2023. Our gaming monitor partners are none other than ViewSonic. It's going to be your boy Aggressive with Arshida back in towards the action. Of course, where we did leave off was a 5 and 12 scoreline where Doxer disconnected, Kishi disconnected, but Kishi came back and Doxer did it. It's a love and hate relationship when you are living in a country that has a lot of power cuts. It happens. It happens in Bangladesh. It happens in India. There's not really much that we can do about it now, can we? Just gotta hope for the best. And as Doxer is gonna be back in towards the server, hopefully we do see a pretty good closing coming in for the members of Aster Army, because looking at their ultimates and if they play their cards properly, they should be the ones to win because of how well they have been playing. But MLT on the other side, they've got a little bit of time to just talk to each other, recoup, and get their head back in towards the game. Focus should be a lot more clearer, maybe a drink of water after. They're going to be playing a lot more better too. There's opportunities for them to shine and come out on the top end of this matchup. It's going to be hard, but I do believe that if anyone can do it, the members of MLT could bring in a possible comeback, but it's going to be hard. It will be very difficult. And this one round, I'm not just saying this one round in the sense of course, they are on match point. They have to win this to take it. But if they don't really have proper utility usage here, this is a kind of loss that will probably stick with them for the rest of the tournament.
You know, the journey is going to be pretty dramatic. The comeback journey is what I mean to say, because right now 5-12 is what the scoreline looks like, and Aster Army, they have everything that they wanted. As said, right, Aster Army, they are going to make two players pay towards one side, but do I see the player yet on spawn? There's going to be Doxer if I'm not wrong. Still awaited. I feel this is going to be continued as a 4v5 because I did not see any movements coming up from the sides of Doxer. Viper's Pit has been invested on too, and that's going to be Judgment. Not the perfect time to go in for the satchel. As soon as Judgment comes up, he gets denied for. Not really sure on why did Judgment just went in for the satchel without any utilities, but it all goes down to a 4 versus 4 situation. Kohli gets taken down. The trade is on point. Bladestorm comes online. The plant is being stick to, and now it's going to be the time for retake.
This 3 versus 2 retake is not a 3 versus 4 retake. Is not going to be that easy for them to break into here. Levi needs to be the game changer in the opening option for this fight. Reed is pretty good as Trans. The angle is perfect for him as Levi is not going to be able to get that fight going for himself. Gishi, good with the shot stopper, is going to be able to open things up. He's looking for another kill, but Trick, fast on the trigger. He's able to do everything for his squad as Trick comes in clutch. And poor old Rio just doesn't have anything to give here. Doxer over towards spawn as MLT. They finally got the answer that they wanted here. But Kohli still has the orbital strike ready for himself. So overall, MLT, they invested the 2 big ultimates that they had, but they got the round out of it. So at that bare minimum, they'll be more than happy here.
They definitely will be. But right now, you know what I'm scared of? The fact is Doxer not being available. He is the Cypher. He has a lot of responsibilities. Plus, he has the best ultimate to work around with, the Neural Theft. He has it. So, if Doxer does not comes back on time, everything will go into the vein. And this will give MLT a lot of space to actually get back into form, get back those rounds, and maybe get the momentum for themselves. 6 rounds away. A huge climb. It's going to be dramatic, as I said. Very dramatic, very fancy for them. But if they are able to do that, Aster Army, they'll be into a lot of problems. But now, a tactical timeout is what I can see coming up from the sides of Aster Army. But again, they do have the Seekers. They invested onto the Viper's Pit in the previous round itself. But still, MLT Esports, they got the best of that round. Aster Army, what's the plan like?
MLT 6-12 on the score, 6-12 on the scorecards. They now have another chance to open things up for themselves here. Because you do see another chance here. As with this push out now coming through, MLT, they're taking a very slow approach towards their side hit. Cody and towards the back of this one. Just to push it down through. He's all the way deep into there's the angle, and Cooley's gonna be able to get away with murder. Poor old Trance doesn't even know what hit him there. And now with this molly, he's gonna be able to hold down the line for even longer. Don't tell me they get this round based upon an eco as Cooley is just being a murderous intent. He's able to hold down the lines for even longer here. Levi over towards the back. He does find the hits here. And now he's completely caught out. He has nothing to give. And Shumo, too many angles to consider it. Too many fights to take. And the members of Aster Army, where did this one happen? How did they even get this?
A 4v5? Okay, I'll keep it aside that it was a 4v5. It was not an economically good round coming up for Aster Army. All they had was Stingers and Sheriffs to play around with, and they still managed to get a 4v5 and get the best victory out of the situation. I am clueless right now. I'm completely clueless right now on how did Aster Army manage to do this. I mean, in the end, we saw the coach reaction. It was like, yeah, let's go. There was a celebration being made from his end. There was a satisfaction that he had by ending this map. A 4v5. A eco round that they won. And they got the entire victory for themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, MLT versus Aster Army. It's going to be Aster Army for the victory.
Aster Army really deserved this one too, right at the very end. I didn't expect them to pull off a miracle like this when it came down to the eco round, but Coley with that stinger was an absolute beast. Getting all those frags, getting those headshots, that is his game to play, and he's able to do that phenomenally. And that's all that you need sometimes, just that one opening kill, and Trance making that mistake of jumping towards the opposite end of the Viper wall and not really clearing out the angle of Lambs just really hurt them there. I don't know why they didn't opt to fight in towards U-Haul like that early on, because they already isolated the angle. They can, of course, send Judgment there with a couple of satchels, but to break in towards the site like that without really taking that control early on, the communication just fell apart for MLT right at the very end. They were so busy on the execution that they forgot about the nitty-gritties of the map.
Even the backstab, right? Levi on the backstab. I mean, they had all of their players right present there. I don't know what was so chaotic out there, what was such a messed up call out there, but the backstab, 2 players went down to backstab, 2 players went down to stinger, and that's how MLT has lost that round for themselves. Again, kudos to them. Good performance coming up. There's a lot of mistakes that have been made in this map itself, but I feel they'll be coming back very, very stronger. They'll be learning everything that they need and reading the strategies of their opponents as well. Aster Army, best of the win that they can get for themselves. I feel they are on a 2-0 if I'm not wrong. 2-0 if I'm not. Yeah, it's a 2-0, not a 1-all. Yeah.
They are, I do believe, on a 2-0, but I'm kind of unsure. We're going to be looking at that right at the very end soon later on. But for now, we are waiting for the scorecards to get prepared, ladies and gentlemen, because we have to see exactly what Levi was doing, because this man was an absolute beast throughout this entire game.
Yeah.
Shots were clean. He had a lot of good control, and plus he was playing a Viper, mind you. A Viper. And that is how well he played it. It's incredible.
He definitely did. Coming down to the map of Bind itself, Viper has always been that investment. Every single time you play the map of Bind, you will see a Viper coming up, and he's had a great impact overall. I mean, it's not just about the frags that I'm talking about right now, but even with his utils that he had a great impact in the map overall. Every single time he was using his utilities, they were perfect. Even the lineups, right from one side to the other itself, there were such good lineups coming up from his end. So everything seemed to be so perfect for the sides of Levi. Again, in terms of frags, the backstabs, every time he was perfect. He tried to do something and is actually able to get a lot in return. So things are actually looking good for the sides of Aster Army, the way they've performed in this map. There are small mistakes, to be very honest, committed from their end as well, but I feel that's completely all right. It won't change the fact that they got the best of the victory that they can for themselves. Right now, even I am a waiter onto the scorecards. I'm really excited to see who is on the top, but do you have any guesses? I feel Levi? Yeah?
Yeah, Levi has to be at the top. That guy was an absolute unit throughout this entire game. He didn't miss a single shot, and every single time, whenever I look at Levi, I see a man with consistency. He was cool, calm, collected, and that's very rare. Not a lot of players can aim like him under a lot of pressure. And the fact that he has that kind of a strength in his arsenal, especially when he's playing a controller where he has to worry about his fuel timings and, of course, his snake bites, and he needs to give calls to his teammates 24/7 that his smokes are coming down. There's a lot of different things that Levi needs to do to try and even get value in a game of Valorant. And he was able to do that while still getting a lot of frags and keeping his team on their toes and, of course, bringing them to the finish line. There were rounds where Levi had no business putting out, but he was purely able to do it because he's that kind of player. He's ice cold. And you're going to be able to see it on the scorecard too. 25-9 with 342 ACS on a controller, mind you. He's a controller with 342 ACS. That is how good he is.
It's definitely phenomenal with everything that he has done in the map overall. 5 assists as well, 2 first kills under his name. And that's going to be the total of 342 as an ACS that he has to maintain. But on the other side, if I talk about the other players as well, all of them have done a great job. I mean, look at the other players. Kishi with 14, we have Kohli with 15, Doxer with 18, Rio with 7. Somewhere down the line, Rio and his utilities have been phenomenal in this match, but when it came down to the fragging potential, I feel the other players were doing a great job.
Yeah. Overall, though, you can see that the potential coming in from the teams and the players were just absolutely incredible overall. MLT, they're going to take a little bit of time to just get used to the ropes here and see exactly how they will develop. It's going to be interesting to see how this team journeys moving forward. But for now, that's going to be all that we have for you for today, ladies and gentlemen. It was the first initial best of 3, but don't forget we have 3 more. It's going to be an extravaganza. We're going to be going into a short little break, lunch break for everyone, lunch break for the teams as well. And hey, we're going to be back with a lot more action for the Lenovo and Intel presents the Esports Challenger Series 2023, the official VCT Off season with our gaming monitor partners being ViewSonic. It's going to be your boy Aggressive with Darshida signing on off, and we're going to be back with you after like maybe 30 minutes or so. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Are you with me now? Said, are you with me now? Ain't felt this good in a while. They want us to simmer down. Can you hear me now?
This is why we play.
Gaming is something more.
I feel it coming
It's a
now.
community made vibrant and real by AI.
Technology helps us to be part of something bigger.
Games play as if they were real life.
Are you with me now? Said, are you with me now? Ain't felt this good in a while. They want us to simmer down. Can you hear me now? Am I going in and out? I stop and just look around to see if you're with me now.
This is why we play. A community.
Thousands of communities.
Tell me, are you with me now? Ready to put it down. Start at the bottom, already forgot it, but they won't forgive me now. You really ain't ready now. You haters just in the crowd.
Nothing can hold you back. So,
So, why do you play?